What's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here, and welcome to the Colosseum. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. Plan to having a fun night tonight. Apparently, Kamala Harris has policies now. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me check. I don't know if they're listed on our website, but apparently, she has policies now. No, they still haven't listed it on our website yet, but she has a so-called policy speech that we're eventually going to take a look at. But first, before we get started, salute to A.L. Evans, salute to Snowman. Got the Snowman in the building. But yeah, we're going to go over Kamala Harris's policy speech today. Shout out to BGS Etmore. He's doing a behind the wall on Tulsi Gabbard. So and what they're doing to Tulsi Gabbard is in my opinion, criminal, but these kind of people don't care, unfortunately. But without further ado, y'all can come up. Oh, and by the way, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat, support the show. Allegedly, she has some policies, and we're going to take a look at them. At least as best we can. All right. Let me go on and type this in. All right. Let's see who's our first guest for today. We have the Snowman. Hey.
Hey. What's
and a
going
picture
on?
of his lovely wife.
Damn straight.
Oh, we're covering Kamala Harris's quote unquote policy speech. And I think I'm gonna
Wait. What? I'm sorry. Did you? All right, bad joke coming.
we're gonna be
You
covering
dare
his
put Kamala and policies in the same sentence? Wait, I take that back. You put it in the form of a question, so that applies.
Mm-hmm. Allegedly, she has some policies.
Since when? But since when? Kamala has no policies except. All right, I'm going to go ahead and say it. She has no policy except for the sister girl policies. Oops, did I say that?
Yeah. Let's see. Share screen. Actually, before I do Kamala, I got something else to do first. Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna eventually do a separate video on this, but
the one you did about Lil Daryl still has me laughing.
Oh, I got an even bigger one. Let's see.
Oh, shit.
Let's see. Michael, Eric, Dyson.
Oh shit.
Let's see. Does that video pop up? Come on. Oh yes, it does.
And I got one of my own. Kamala Harris has policies.
What?
I said Kamala Harris has policies.
What?
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 Okay.
For grandmothers.
Okay.
What in the name of the Detroit Tigers is this?
This is Dr. Michael Eric Dyson. And let me just throw this disclaimer out right now. Warning. The simping is strong in this video.
Before you press play, May I ask a question about this gentlemen? My question is,
Who in the blue hell are you?
Oh, he's your local simp opportunist who simps for the Democrat Party.
I lived with a simp.
Salute to BGS More in the building. But
So BGS,
this 5 minutes of simpery just has to be heard to be believed.
He said 5 minutes of simpery.
Oh, you think I'm lying?
No.
For wives, for partners,
Oh, let me start from the
for
beginning.
love.
Start from the beginning.
Just a love note for Black women this morning. For little girls, for aunties, for grandmothers, for wives, for partners, for lovers, for teachers.
Say what?
Ditch diggers, engineers.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Around the way girls.
What?
Oh, yes.
To presidential candidates.
What?
We Black men who have too often failed you.
What?
Yep. Yeah.
Who have too often not said the right thing at the right time, who have been vulnerable to the claim that we have forgotten what you have done for us.
Pause.
The magnificent.
Pause.
Yeah.
I will say it before AL has it out of his mouth, and I assume BGS is going to be here tonight, so I'm going to say it for him also. In these two gentlemen's honor, in AL Evans's and BGS's honor, I say that is some bullshit.
That nigga took the words right out of my mouth.
Hey, BGS, if you listen, this was actually so bad. Even DC's like, nah, man, I can't.
Hey.
Even DC can't defend. Even DC's not defending this. That's how bad it was.
Hey, AL.
No. What I want to no. Hold on. I'm gonna shut the fuck up, but I literally want you to play shit from front to back, top to forwards. Let's go. Here, I literally want to hear this bullshit.
Before you continue, AL, I knew what you were thinking before you even spoke it.
But you're right, it is some bullshit.
It's some bullshit.
But let's continue.
Service to our people, the beauty and power of your spirit at times when we flagged. We remember all the remarkable things you have done and beg your forgiveness for us not standing up for you when times were tough or when no one else was in the room to defend you, to assert the legitimacy and validity of your personhood.
This is sipping one-on-one, folks.
No. Hold on, fellas. Is this Roland Martin's first cousin? Goddamn! Sounds like I'm here married. Is this Roland Martin's twin? Shit. KB USA.
AB.
Yeah.
What's the theme song I have for Colorado's football coverage this year?
Oh yeah. Use a troll.
Use a troll. Troll. Use a troll. Troll. Use a troll. I said that use a troll.
Whoa!
Please forgive us. But no more will that occur. And so the other night, Keith Boykin and I were on CNN trying to be respectful to the congresswoman who insisted upon misnaming, mispronouncing Kamala Harris. Do you call Melania? Do you call Ivanka? Then call Kamala. Then call Vice President Harris. Vice President Kamala Harris. And soon we pray and hope and work that you will call her President Kamala Harris. So this is a note to put on notice anybody who would come for us, who would try to stain the reputation or besmirch the character of Black women, not only the Kamala Harrises of the world, but the Shaniquas and the Jackies.
Oh, stop.
And the Renees.
Oh, he says, hold on. Don't flag on the field.
Don't say I didn't warn
flag
you.
on the field.
I don't want to hear that. I don't say I didn't warn y'all. I told you.
That is a personal foul.
This character. God damn it.
I hate you, AB, but I love you for all this shit coming out right
I
now.
warned you. I warned y'all.
You did warn us. You did.
Nah,
You did warn us.
You ain't see. You knew what the fuck this was going to be. You played this.
Listen,
You knew
this
what it
is
was going to be.
Wait a minute. I have the perfect question
Yeah.
for this so-called gentleman right here. And it's a question I ask very often about a certain league. It goes,
How do you fuck that up? How do you fuck that up?
do I bust out The Godfather yet, or do I wait?
Nah, you gotta wait. You gotta
Wait to the
Okay.
end, because that's how bad.
Yeah, keep playing this shit.
Whatever else a black woman happens to be, and whatever else her name happens to be, we will stand tall for them. Not you unprincipled harridans, you people who assault the legitimacy of our black womanhood.
Oh, wait. I gotta point this out. Notice
I just ate something, goddammit.
More than 20 years ago, in 2003, I wrote a book called Why I Love Black Women. It wasn't a thing.
Translation, he's been a simp for a long time.
It wasn't black
Deep
women
in
magic. It wasn't black boy joy. This was before there was a trend. So I've been doing this. I've been on the front line.
Translation, I've been a simp for a very long time.
Hold on, stop, pause it. Wait a minute. I've been trying to distinguish who the fuck this is with the, he got this bomb. And it just came to my head. Michael, hold on. Michael, I still had an ounce of respect for you, bro. I did. When you started a few years ago on this goddamn Capeville journey, I kept side-eyeing you. I kept saying, come on. Come back to the fold, bro. Come back. But now, you done padded your ass down, damn motherfucking what's his name? Down here in Houston with me. What's his name? Who we can't say? Roly Poly Martinville with your fucking talks and whatnot. And now look, what little ounce of respect I had for you, I'm speaking to you, dude, Michael K. Dyson, man to man. Bro, I done lost it. You's up there with Steve Harvey right now with this bullshit you stressing. I digress. Come on.
I thought I was
black
bad.
women.
AL's got
I've been
me
on the
beat
front
tonight.
line of saying that despite our imperfections as black men, despite the ways I have personally hurt or harmed any human being who happens to be a black woman on this earth, despite all of that, what I have always understood is the principled deference to their power and their spirit, and the principled defense of their humanity in the face of unprincipled assault.
Halt.
And so this is just a reminder.
Halt.
The hell you
Halt.
say?
Tiger uppercut.
I'm gonna hate this. Continue.
That we will continue to stand as black men for black women.
He means black males, not black men.
We will continue to have your backs. We will continue to uplift you. We will
I'm just saying.
not allow a woman like Congresswoman Nancy Mace. I didn't call her Nancy Machi. I didn't call her out of her name.
Yes, you did.
I insisted that she was a wonderful woman. She proved otherwise in her behavior. And then she immediately, in a reactionary fashion, suggested, oh, you're calling me a racist. I did not. But if who the cap fit, wear it. If that's what you pretend not to be, then don't do it. Racists are who racists do. So the reality is, my sister Nancy Mace, that you must come to an understanding that you don't get the right to call women what you want to call them, especially as a white woman. Do you not understand the history of white supremacy, where white women were able to call black women anything they wanted to, not to have to know their names? So Becky, Barbie, Karen, please understand that we will no longer silently be complicit in the erosion of the integrity, in the assault upon the beauty of our sisters. We love all the women of the world, but on this day, we unapologetically uplift the virtue, the vitality, the viability, and especially the visibility of black women. Let me show you what I'll do to protect this. shoot at you people like movie directors.
Oh no!
Love you, black women. Just
Is he gonna holla?
Okay,
Is he gonna holla
stop.
action?
Can I play it now?
Hit the goddamn button now.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Yeah, you sure can.
You
say it again, black man. Say it again.
Yeah, but play it again, my man. Play that again.
Say it again, black man.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
And he said that while still styling and profiling.
Wait, I'm trying to find the backup button that I always couple with it. I had to redo my soundboard. But I just need to know
what the hell is going on.
Yes, I cop Stephen A. Smith sound.
Don't you mean the Screaming A?
I definitely mean Screaming A. Yes.
By the way, we got about 40 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. And let me go on and read the super chat while I'm thinking about it. As Dyson even had a real, I don't know.
Dare you ask? LAPD SWAT, salute to you, but dare you ask such a question?
Didn't he get in trouble a few times? You know, apparently some women just accused him of shit.
Did he get bent over a few times? Oh, did I say that?
He only works every 2 to 4 years and makes 3 guest appearances a year on Bill Maher's show. Other than that, when do you see him? When do you hear from him? Don't worry, I'll wait.
I'll wait too.
He's usually behind the scenes, isn't he?
Here's my sound for that simp. I could unleash a few other George Carlin phrases, but I'll just couple them all with this. What the hell was that?
I tell you one thing, AB. When boss get up off his show and he step foot up in your studio, with no hesitation, I want you to just straight play what you just played for us. Off the rip. No introductions for him. I want to hit him with this straight off the bat, and then I want to hear his reaction. Off the rip, brother. That's all I'm asking it.
And when that play happens, I will keep quiet. I will not play any sounds until the end. I will not play any dual reactions until the end. I will just how do you put it, AL? I'm just gonna shut the fuck up and wait.
Don't say hi to me.
You may have already watched it because I emailed it to him.
Oh no!
That's okay.
Can you email me? Can you email that to me? Because I'm gonna cut the shit out of it and make some shorts out of it. With
put the email in the back.
Two of my sound bites behind it. I gotta cut that.
And give me 1 second because I'm using one tab here to do all this.
Understood.
I don't have to.
One window and several tabs.
Now that I have the sound up in this new board that I'm making.
What in the all types of blue hell?
Yeah, I was on the show. I was on his show earlier today.
You were crazy to be on his show, but I love it.
The type of blue hell that was straight panderism for panderism. That's all the fuck that was.
We have a new word, panderism.
Snowman.
What's going on, Lewis?
As far as your brother from another mother back in Chicago goes, you know he and I are both September babies. It's no wonder we vibe we do. Yeah. And we all a little left field. You know, he just.
Well, actually, here's what I'm gonna do, Snowman. I can put that link in the back chat. Give me 1 second.
Oh, sweet.
Hang on, I gotta change my mics.
But yeah, it's a TikTok video.
Oh my dear Lord. I got it. Oh Jesus. I'm going to cut the piss out of this. I'm going to cut the piss out of this. Oh dear. And knowing my favorite film editor, aka sound effects guru, is the late great Treg Brown, who did all the sound effects for Looney Tunes. Oh boy.
Oh man, I'll be interested to see this one.
Oh boy. Anyone who knows me knows I love anything about Looney Tunes.
I really did want to cover this today. This is Kamala Harris's alleged policy speech.
What in the all types of blue hell?
I'll just go ahead and play that right now.
You know what, AB? I'm gonna need you to really watch your mouth. See, I do not need you to do what the fuck we heard Michael Eric Dyson just do. We all know that bitch's name is Kamala Harris. Period. Point blank. Her name is Kamala.
Kamala, whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, yeah.
Not to be confused with Carmelo Anthony.
Anything but what he said. I'm not giving that chick no respect. For what?
She gets none from me.
I can't respect nothing that's got two invisible baseballs in a baseball
bat. Everyone here, thank you to all of the incredible leaders with us today, including my friend, the governor, Roy Cooper. Where is he? Here with his daughter. Every time I land in North Carolina, I'm just literally coming down the stairs of Air Force Two. I will shout to Roy Cooper.
God.
What number is it, Roy?
She was in my second home.
He shouted 16, which is the number of times I've been in this beautiful state since I've been vice president.
Oh, Jesus, I'm going to throw up.
Every time.
I'm going to throw up.
I want to thank your next governor, Attorney General Josh Stein. He's doing incredible work. He's going to be an extraordinary governor. Representatives Adam, Manning, Foushee, and Nickel, thank you all for your support, for your friendship, for your leadership. Chair Thomas of the Wake County Board of Commissioners, thank you for all that you do.
Just a moment, leadership.
And for all the leaders that are here today, including the students and instructors here at Wake Tech North. Thank you. Thank you.
The only thing about Wake Tech North,
she has contaminated the area where I was going to broadcast this coming season.
Is about two very different visions for our nation. One, ours focused on the future, and the other focused on the past. We see that contrast clearly in many ways.
One second, I'm changing the speed for a little bit. Let's play it at normal speed.
She was at Wake Tech North, son of a motherless, cum-sucking, cunt-licking, dick-swallowing bitch.
When it comes to how we think about the economy. So our country has come a long way since President Biden and I took office.
Bullshit.
At that time,
hold on, wait. She's now snowman. She's right. Our country has come a long way since they've taken office. Grocery prices are through the roof. The average house now costs around $400,000 to get to $400,000.
She got
a lot. She's absolutely right. A lot has changed since Joe Biden took office.
I know.
Illegal migrants are now taking black jobs, and black
illegal migrants are now taking aid that should be earmarked for people that actually need it, i.e., black ass right here in Southern Indiana getting over cancer. God damn it.
Remember the millions of Americans that were out of work. We were facing one of the worst economic crises in modern history. And today, by virtually every measure, our economy is the strongest in the world.
Stop. Strongest in the world? My ass.
No, let the bald face lies continue, please.
Okay.
Well,
we'll react together.
We have created 16 million new jobs. We've made
most of them went to illegal migrants. Oops, I said that out loud.
Say it louder. Say it louder.
Most of them went to illegal migrants.
Historic investments in infrastructure, in chips manufacturing, in clean energy.
I said a bad word.
And new numbers this week alone show that inflation is down under 3%.
Yeah, but what she doesn't tell you is inflation has been the highest it's been in 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
So inflation being down 3%, that's supposed to impress us. Why?
Is that a laugh track I just heard?
Of the United States, it will be my intention to build on the foundation of this progress. Still, we know that many Americans don't yet feel that progress in their daily lives.
No shit.
You goddamn right.
Still too high.
You goddamn right.
Level, for too many people, no matter how much they work, it feels so hard to just be able to get ahead. As president, I will be laser focused on creating opportunities for the middle class that advance their economic security, stability, and dignity. Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy. An opportunity.
I'm waiting.
Hold on, wait a minute. What did Donald Trump call his business plans for the economy? Opportunity zones.
AB, before you continue, I have the perfect sound for this essential crash and burn.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, crap!
I'm trying to remember. Windows 95.
Yes.
Economy. An economy.
Just a side note, I still remember. You had to shut down Windows 95.
Yep.
And it had a little thing on the screen. You could shut your computer down now.
Actually, that was 2000. I made a mistake. That's 2000.
Oh,
that's how that play was.
Where
2000.
Everyone can compete and have a real chance to succeed.
That's
everyone,
a lie.
Regardless of who they are or where they start, has an opportunity to build wealth for themselves and their children.
That's a lie.
And where we remove the barriers to opportunity, so anyone who wants to start a business or advance their career can access the tools and the resources that are necessary to do so.
Bullshit. Stop. I have to say something about that. Bullshit. Grade A, homogenized, Holstein, back-asswards, fucked up bullshit. Because if that were the case, there are a lot of us right now that have been suffering through any kind of health illness, i.e. stage 4 pancreatic cancer, that have been trying to bust our ass and get our family back on the map, and we didn't have the resources because we were kicked out of North Carolina by Duke University telling my wife to prepare to put me in a goddamn casket.
Damn bigots.
Access to resources, my fat ass. Because if we had access to resources, I would have the surgery that I had to have here in Indiana. I'd have had it at Duke University Cancer Center in Durham, North Carolina. You lying bastard.
Furthermore,
I will focus on cutting needless bureaucracy and unnecessary regulatory red tape.
You should have done that 3 years ago when my ass was laying in a goddamn hospital fighting cancer, you bitch.
And encouraging innovative technologies while protecting consumers. And creating a stable business environment with consistent and transparent rules of the road. As president, I will bring together labor with small businesses and major companies to invest in America, to create good jobs,
with cheese on
achieve broad-based growth, and ensure that America continues to define the future and lead the world.
You tripping. You tripping.
Lord, that I need that. You put me in a stupid realm.
And key to creating this opportunity economy is building up our middle class.
No, it ain't.
It is essential.
Stop again. I promise this is the last one. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Because if it's building up the middle class, you'd have helped a lot of people 3 years ago in the midst of the goddamn pandemic. You lying ass. If it was building up the middle class, then it wouldn't. And some of the neighborhoods that I visited between North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, and other places wouldn't look the way that they look if you actually paid attention and actually gave a shit.
Ooh.
Now, Snowman.
Hold on. Wait.
Okay.
Jay, shout out to Jay Will. A stage 3 Lingual cancer survivor. She's full of
laryngeal cancer.
Laryngeal. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But wow, man, I didn't know that.
See, this is the kind of thing. This is the kind of thing that politicians do not care about. The people who die because of a disease they're supposedly giving money to. Man, if people help me meet my goal for the Snowman Stadium tour, I'll personally hand a check over to cancer research and make sure they get it from me and it's applied to where it needs to go. All right? So most of these politicians can kiss the back of my fat ass until they learn how people really matter.
By the way, for those of you watching, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat, support the show.
I'm
haven't
sorry.
got any Cash App yet. Hit the Cash App, support the show.
I'm sorry, AB. I'll step
The
back.
middle class is one of America's greatest strengths. And to protect it, then, we must defend basic principles, such as your salary should be enough to provide you and your family with a good quality of life. Such as no child should have to grow up in poverty. Such as after years of hard work, you should be able to retire with dignity. And you should be able to join a union if you choose. Building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency, because I strongly believe when the middle class is strong, America is strong. So in the weeks to come, I will address in greater detail my plan.
Okay. Just looking at her body language, I'm just going to ask the panel and the chat. Do you believe a damn word she's saying?
Motherfuck no.
Hell to the
Thank
no.
you, Samuel Jackson.
And
you took the words right out my motherfucking mouth.
I got the button.
Let me just state for the record. I don't want to hear from you butthurt brain trusts. I'm playing the speech for everybody to hear, so I don't want to hear about I'm misinforming somebody.
Can I play?
Anyway.
Can I play this button to answer your question, please?
Yes.
For two things. First of all, forgive me for going completely off, but some shelled up feelings that I've held since 2021 are coming out that have affected not only me but my family and other cancer survivors I've gotten to know. Secondly, to answer your question about whether we believe a goddamn word she says, Bishop Bullwinkle, take it away.
Listen,
because these copyright motherfuckers. Because like my last video got a copyright thing.
Oh, okay.
Plenty of mine have gotten it. I'm moving to if I can find the best platform to move my content to, I'm moving it.
Yeah. That's opportunity economy. And today, I will focus on one element that's on the minds of many Americans as they pay their bills at the kitchen table or walk the aisles of a grocery store. And that is lowering the cost of living.
Get the fuck out of here.
So
I want to know how she's going to do that when her administration started the bullshit. Please answer that.
For the future, their ambitions, their aspirations for themselves, for their children. And they talk about how they're going to be able to actually achieve them financially. Because look, the bills add up. Food, rent, gas, back to school clothes, prescription medication,
hospital visits, cancer treatments.
For many families, there's not much left at the end of the month. I grew up in a middle-class household. For most of my childhood, we were renters. My mother saved for well over a decade to buy a home. I was a teenager when that day finally came, And I can remember so well how excited she was. I kind of understood what it meant, but we called her Mommy. Mommy was so excited. It just made us excited that she was so excited. Later in college, I worked at McDonald's to earn spending money. Well, some of the people I worked with were raising families on that paycheck. They worked second or even third jobs to pay rent and buy food. That only gets harder when the cost of living goes up. When I am elected president, I will make it a top priority to bring down costs and increase economic security for all Americans.
I ain't buying it.
As president, I will take on.
So is that why you're making your economy plan with BlackRock, one of the biggest corporations in the world, who have well over $1 trillion in assets, who are buying up all these houses to keep the housing prices up?
I ain't buying it.
AB,
Yeah.
let's not forget, as the good Professor Black Truth has mentioned this, and of course George Collins mentioned this. They contribute, all these lobbying groups contribute to both sides of the aisle. They contribute to both sides of the campaign just to bet their head, hedge their bets and everything. So they know they can secure. It doesn't matter who wins; they come out on top either way. If they break even in spending, they break even. All they know is those people are going to be beholden to them. Oh, by the way, Snowman.
Yes, sir.
Come on,
we have to call.
We got to finish this, y'all.
All right.
The high costs that matter most to most Americans, like the cost of food. We all know that prices went up during the pandemic when the supply chains shut down and failed. But our supply chains have now improved, and prices are still too high. A loaf of bread costs 50% more today than it did before the pandemic. Ground beef is up almost 50%. Many of the big food companies are seeing their highest profits in 2 decades. And while many grocery chains pass along these savings, others still aren't. Look, I know most businesses are creating jobs, contributing to our economy, and playing by the rules. But some are not. And that's just not right. And we need to take action when that is the case. As Attorney General in California, I went after companies that illegally increased prices.
That ain't all you went after.
Wholesalers that inflated the price of prescription medication. And companies that conspired with competitors to keep prices of electronics high. I won more than $1 billion for consumers. So believe me, as president, I will go after the bad actors.
That's the problem. We don't believe you.
And I will work to pass the first ever federal ban on price gauging on food.
That's bullshit.
My plan will include new penalties for opportunistic companies that exploit crises and break the rules. And we will support smaller food businesses that are trying to play by the rules and get ahead. We will help the food industry become more competitive because I believe competition is the lifeblood of our economy. More competition means lower prices for you and your families.
But that's if you're in a buyer's market.
He wants to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax on everyday products and basic necessities that we import from other countries.
Like
that
gas?
will devastate Americans. It will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. And you know, economists have done the math. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. At this moment, when everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher. As president, I'll take on the issue of the cost of health care. As Attorney General, I took on insurance companies and Big Pharma and got them to lower their prices. And together with President Biden, we've gone even further. We capped the price of insulin at $35 a month.
Which was originally a Donald Trump idea. Y'all just tacked yourself onto it.
Month, and the total cost of prescription drugs at $2,000 a year for seniors. We let Medicare negotiate lower drug prices for seniors. And just yesterday, we announced that we are lowering the price by up to 80% for 10 more life-saving drugs.
Okay. I have a question for that.
And I pledge to continue this.
I have a question for that. If that is the case, do you find ways to save money for life-saving drugs?
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck were you when this increase happened 3 years ago, you bitch? Where the fuck were you?
Lower the
So many
cost
people.
of insulin and prescription drugs for everyone with your support, not only our seniors. And demand transparency from the middlemen who operate between Big Pharma and the insurance companies who use opaque practices to raise your drug prices and profit off your need for medicine. 2 months ago, I announced that medical debt will no longer be used against your credit score. And I will work as president with states like here in North Carolina, Roy Cooper, thank you again, to cancel medical debt for more and more, millions more Americans.
You should have done that already. It should have been done already. Because if it was done already, my dad would still be here.
Trump, well, he wants to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which 45 million Americans rely on. 45 million Americans rely on it for health care. That would take us back to a time when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We all remember what that was. And we're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. And remember, and this is why we're not going back, because we do remember, he tried to cut Medicare every year he was president, threatening a program that tens of millions of seniors count on. And according to his Project 2025 agenda, he intends to
Donald Trump has announced Project 2025.
Undo our work to bring down prescription drugs, the cost of prescription drugs, and insulin costs.
No, you won't.
Well, we've come too far to let that happen. So we're not going back on that. And let's talk about the cost of housing. So now the housing market can be complicated, but look, I'm not new to this issue. As state attorney general, I drafted and helped pass a homeowner bill of rights, one of the first in America. And during the foreclosure crisis, I took on the big banks for predatory lending with many of my colleagues, including Roy Cooper.
Liar.
And
That's not what they said, but okay.
won $20 billion for California families when I was attorney general.
Who pocketed most of it?
So I know how to fight for people who are being exploited in the housing market. And I know what home ownership means.
Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show.
It's more than a financial transaction. It's so much more than that. It's more than a house. Home ownership and what that means, it's a symbol of the pride that comes with hard work. It's financial security. It represents what you will be able to do for your children. And sadly, right now, it is out of reach for far too many American families. There's a serious housing shortage. In many places, it's too difficult to build, and it's driving prices up.
Anybody know a
As president,
Tavon
I will work in partnership
Parkman?
with industry to build the housing we need,
Who?
both to rent
I'm about to
and
find out.
to buy. We will take down barriers and cut red tape, including
It's
at the
me,
state
Pookie.
and local levels.
Oh, okay.
And by the end of my first term, we will end America's housing shortage by building 3 million new homes and rentals that are affordable for the middle class. And we will do that together. We will do that together. And we will make sure those homes actually go to working and middle class Americans, not just investors.
Oh, we're supposed to believe you're going to do that with when you're working with BlackRock? Okay.
Because, you know, some corporate landlords, some of them buy dozens, if not hundreds of houses and apartments. Then they
Oh, you mean like BlackRock is doing right now?
turn them around
Who is working on your setting up your economy? Oh, you didn't tell them that, did you?
and rent them out at extremely high prices. And it can make it impossible then for regular people to be able to buy or even rent a home. Some corporate landlords collude with each other to set artificially high rental prices, often using algorithms in price-fixing software to do it. It's anti-competitive and it drives up costs. I will fight for a law that cracks down on these practices. We also know that as the price of housing has gone up, the size of down payments have gone up as well. Even if aspiring homeowners save for years, it often still is not enough. So in addition, while we work on the housing shortage, my administration will provide first-time home buyers with $25,000 to help with the down payment
How
on
much?
a new home.
25,000
For what?
for a down payment on a home.
Only for first time home buyers though.
Okay.
We can do this. We can do this. All to help more Americans experience the pride of home ownership and the financial security that it represents and brings. So that's my plan. But here's what Donald Trump would do. If his Project 2025 agenda is...
Once again, Donald Trump admitted he hasn't even read Project 2025, let alone having that be his agenda.
Put into effect.
And by the way, Donald Trump's agenda is on his website. Unlike you.
Unlike yours. Thank you.
It will add around $1,200 a year to the typical American mortgage. He's got it backward. We should be doing everything we can to make it more affordable to buy a home, not less. Finally,
once again, look at her body language. Do you believe a word she's saying?
Can I answer that?
Yes.
George?
Get the fuck out of here!
Finally, there's one more way I will help families deal with rising costs. And that's by letting you keep more of your hard-earned money.
Get the fuck out of here!
Under my plan, more than 100 million Americans will get a tax cut. And we will do this by restoring 2 tax cuts designed to help middle-class and working Americans. The Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit. Through which millions of Americans with children got to keep more of their hard-earned income. We know this works and has a direct impact on so many issues, including child poverty. We know it works. So as president, I'll not only restore that tax cut, but expand it. We will provide $6,000 in tax relief to families during the first year of a child's life. Now think what that means. Think what that means. That is a vital, vital year of critical development of a child. And the cost can really add up, especially for young parents who need to buy diapers and clothes and a car seat and so much else. And we will do this while reducing the deficit. Compare my plan with what Donald Trump intends to do. He plans to give billionaires massive tax cuts year after year. And he plans to cut corporate taxes by over $1 trillion, even as they pull in record profits. And that's on top of the $2 trillion tax cut he already signed into law when he was president, which, by the way, overwhelmingly went to the wealthiest Americans and corporations and exploded the national deficit. You know, I think that if you want to know who someone cares about, look who they fight for.
Oh, we're going to get to that in a minute.
Look who they fight for. Donald Trump fights for billionaires and large corporations. I will fight to give money back to working and middle-class Americans. So I'll end.
Don't worry, it's almost over.
Donald Trump was here in North Carolina. He said he was going to talk about the economy. I think you all watched. You know what I'm about to say. But he offered no serious plans to reduce costs for middle-class families. No plan to expand.
Notice the lack of booze, and this is a Democrat crowd.
Access to housing or health care. And that actually, I think for most of us, was not surprising. Because we already know his plans. We know the Project 2025 agenda. So there's a choice in this election. Donald Trump's plans to devastate the middle class, punish working people, and make the cost of living go up for millions of Americans. And on the other hand, when I'm elected president, what we will do to bring down costs, increase the security and stability financially of your family, and expand opportunity for working and middle class Americans. So now is the time to chart a new way forward. Now is the time to chart a new way forward, to build. A new way forward. Yeah. A new way forward. To build an America where everyone's work is rewarded and talents are valued. Where we
That's enough of that.
Maybe I owe you an apology.
What? Why is that?
For my feelings coming out when she was talking. And I know you wanted to get through the thing, but there was just some shit that happened that no one in Congress gave a fuck about. And it is quite personal.
You know what I was thinking?
Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me. Hold up.
Go ahead.
Fellas. Yeah, Pookie, I know it's you.
Speak, boy.
Well, all right. What I wanted to say was, for some reason, when I was watching that speech, y'all remember the movie Speechless?
Mm-hmm.
Gina Davis, Michael Keaton, everything. Mm-hmm. There was that one scene where, the person who Gina Davis was writing speeches for some reason, the speeches were changing on the fly, and she's wondering what the hell happened. Because they have those like teleprompters to speak for the right next to the pulpits, and Michael Keaton was just like from someplace hidden, just hacked into the system and started rewriting the speech on the fly. I would have hoped somebody had done that to her speech and made her say some ridiculous shit. If only that were fun. I mean, just say things that would just embarrass yourself and everything. Like, who the fuck did this? Who hacked into the system? And who put all these speeches in there? Who rewrote the speech like that? But to tell you the truth, I mean, like, and by the way, Snowman, to your frustration, let's not forget, it's not just at the federal level you should be mad at people. Like what happened in North Carolina as well as here in Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
You have to also consider both at the state, the bureaucracy in both states. I mean, there's somebody I know. There's a guy on my friends list on my that I game with from time to time. He lives in Indiana. Served in the Navy 4 years. Just recently, he got his VA he got his VA benefits.
Mm-hmm.
He's in his 60s, and he talked about in his frustrations. He talked about living in Indiana is that the whole fucking system is ass backwards.
That's the truth.
And that's not just because of the federal government. That's a lot got to do more with the states.
With state policy. Yeah.
Yes, we're looking at you, Mr. Former Vice President Mike Pence. You dick slap vagina. Oh, that's what I call most people. I don't call them pussies. I call them dick slap vaginas.
Yeah, man, you know what? Y'all know what it's costing my wife to keep those bills paid and pay them down while I'm barely able to work right now. That's part of the reason she's so damn exhausted. And there are days.
Snowman. for what it's worth, when you took your vows, what was it? It was for better or for worse,
and
for
sickness
richer or
and
for
health.
poor, in sickness and health. I know it's frustrating, brother. I'm trying to keep you grounded here, bro. You know my
I know
intentions
you
are
are.
honorable.
I know you are.
I'm just saying it's taking a toll on her. I'm sure she's stressed the fuck out and her stress levels. I'm sure she's got some. I'm sure it's taking a toll on her.
It is, man. It is.
And yeah, I know. And it hurts you because you feel helpless, like you can't do anything to help her. You're starting to believe that you like you're from you think you're in you're in a state of helplessness. But there's more you can do. But right now you can't do it right now. You can't do anything so long as you're in a bad space, in a bad situation. You got to heal yourself up, man. She's willing to. And your wife is a lot tougher than people think. Your wife endures a lot more than a lot of people think, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're a woman, and she's willing to endure. But right now, you got to get yourself back on your feet right now. I know it hurts just to watch your stuff right now, but you can't, and you can't do anything. But right now, what you can do is get yourself healed up. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Yeah,
Just
hang in there.
hurts like
Hang
a
in there.
motherfucker. See, I am. I am. I just had to find a way to let the
Get it out, let it out, get it out,
I had
get
to
that
find a
stress
way
out.
to let the frustration out, because when she comes through this door every evening and I see the expression on her face, I am in a bad headspace when I see it. I mean, I do what I can to help out around the house. Don't get it twisted. I do, and I'm getting better at it, and I'm getting my strength back. But fuck, if there were just a couple nights I could take that strain off of her and take that exhaustion away from her, I'll bear it. It just
Okay, let's move on.
Let's move on. Let's move on, please. Let's move on. I need to laugh. I need something to laugh at.
The fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst.
What's that noise?
That's AB.
What's good, everybody? AB.
Sorry. At 1.5.
What's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here. And today we're going to be asking the question, what is a black job? Now, to answer that question, a black job is any job a black person has. But if you listen to some knuckleheads on YouTube and TikTok, oh, what does it mean? What does Trump mean by a black job? Oh my gosh. Then we got some people that think, immigration is not that big of a problem. Try to tell me, immigration ain't that big a problem. Black people aren't really worried about immigration. Okay. Well, if that's true, explain this video.
I need this message to go out to our vice president who's running for president. I have heard all over social media about, excuse me if I say anything wrong, immigrants getting loans, money. It was hard for me to believe. It was just extremely hard for me to believe. I've been in business such a long time.
Got 50 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. And yes, that is me.
Back in 2019, I purchased my first food truck. It cost me over $25,000. I paid it cash money. I worked hard to pay for this truck. I'm now selling it because I'm just going to I'm doing other things, but I'm selling it.
Now, this lady, who is a veteran, which she'll mention later, has a food truck. And because the economy, which I hear is so great, according to some people, not me, that she has to sell a food truck. So let's continue.
I had a guy come to look at purchasing my vehicle or my food truck. And he explained to me he's an illegal immigrant.
Yep. But here's the good part.
He has no credit. He has no money in the bank. But he showed me his paperwork that he will receive funds to purchase my food truck. I'm thankful that he's buying it, but I'm hurt that I work so hard to pay cash for my food truck. I have good credit.
Think about that for a minute. This lady's selling her food truck, and a migrant, a legal immigrant, comes and says the government's going to help him buy her food truck. He's getting taxpayer money to buy this veteran's food truck, this U.S. citizen's food truck. But I'm supposed to blindly just give my vote to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is the current vice president. And of course, we have Joe Biden at the top. And they're giving money to illegal migrants so they can buy up black businesses. In other words, take our black jobs. But y'all want to get mad at Donald Trump for speaking the truth.
Can't even get a business loan because of the color of my skin. I have veterans in my family. I'm a veteran.
My father was a Marine.
I've been self-employed for so long. But somebody, please tell me, how do I work so hard to have somebody who comes to this country, not long, no credit, and he shows me paperwork where they'll be funding him money to buy my food truck. And when I talk to the bank,
our government is funding illegal migrants who weren't born here, don't even have paperwork to been here that hadn't paid any taxes in here. They're giving them money to buy American citizens' businesses.
Stop and think about that for a minute. The government is giving taxpayer dollars to illegal migrants to buy.
I have to be. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
To buy American citizens' businesses. Literally.
Beyond just taking black jobs down, they're taking black businesses. Literally. Oh, but immigration is not a problem. Okay.
They told me usually they have to go straight to a dealership because I'm a private sale. But for special circumstances, they're going to, they allow it. But I need my president to tell me why I worked so hard all these years, all these decades. Couldn't get a business loan, but I bust my ass to get the money to create my business. And we got immigrants coming here. And they're getting money.
Not just immigrants, illegal immigrants. I know. I'm supposed to call them migrants now. But they're coming here and getting money over everybody else. And we're supposed to just pretend the Democrat part and the buck starts with the head of the office. And right now that's Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. But you listen to Negroes like Ricky Smiley and and Steve Harvey, we're just supposed to give our vote to Kamala Harris and not ask any damn questions. Kamala Harris hasn't done a damn interview since she's been nominated to be the president of the United States. She's barely put out any policy. So we're supposed to give them our vote when they're doing crap like this to our veterans.
Money! We're doing nothing but just being here. It's not right, and I want answers.
Yeah, I do too. This is not right. And I know there's butthurt blues are going to try to twist this around, but this right here is not right. This is not what's going on right here is not right. We can't go to another country and do that. Well, we can't go to another country and do that and not be frowned upon. But we got Negroes out here. What's a black job? Their hatred for Trump is so. Even when he points out something that's true, we got Trump derangement syndrome is very real. These Negroes with Trump derangement syndrome will overlook this lady and ignore her pain because we gotta get Trump out. At what cost? At what cost?
Y'all can go watch that video later.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
As a migrant myself,
I
would have to call bullshit. But then again, first of all, she never mentioned this. She said this person was a migrant or an illegal. Never mentioned the race of this person. And I can tell you, trust and believe. Certain migrants, when they're here, and we're not just talking about migrants who are crossing from south of the border here. We're talking about migrants who are from all over the world. People forget the number of illegals in this country who are the same shade as the orange man himself. And no, I don't have Trump syndrome. I've seen 40 years. And you don't think a lot of them have like a support network, a community, have people they keep in touch with, family members and whatnot, or people in their own communities who help them out and explain to them how the system works. Secondly, certain people who are here illegally or migrants or refugees, some of them have certain connections, and you'd be surprised where they get the funding from. Some of it is capital, because where they were from, where they're originally from, they must have been like upper middle class or upper class or some shit like that. But were forced to flee, but fortunately they were able to keep their shit in certain ways. But they're paying the paperwork and all this paperwork shit. Sometimes this woman, I understand her suffering, but there's certain. But when I hear somebody talk about this, you got to take everything with a grain of salt. You know what I'm saying? In AB, I mean, we can't take everything she says at face value, right? Am I wrong, fellas?
I think you're over exaggerating this a little bit, but okay. I understand where you're coming from, but right now I'm taking it at face value. Now if something comes out later, we'll say something. But
yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, But I understand her frustration. But I'm just like, there's certain details that are being left out here for one reason or another. And Black jobs, Latino jobs, look, there are jobs that Blacks do. They're Latino. That have been designated Black jobs. There have been jobs that have been designated as Latino jobs.
As I said at the beginning of the video, a Black job is any job a Black person has.
And let's not forget, the Black community is what in the coal mine?
The canary.
Folks, Black folks, Remember, as Mr. Z has said many times again, as Colonel Faulkner has said many times again. I mean junior, not senior. Black folks, you are in this country the designated underclass. So what does that tell y'all? But yeah, I feel I can understand what she's saying, but the outsider in me just look at this like just wants to dig deeper into this. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Greetings, Julesy. How you been?
Hey, Jules, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all?
I'm all right.
Just went over Kamala's so-called policy speech just a minute ago.
Yeah, so I read that earlier today. It's I mean, all it's going to do is make the people who are backers richer.
Pretty much.
You put like a $25,000 down payment assistance down, that just raises the prices of homes by $25,000 at the minimum. So, so I don't see it. That's not going to help anyone. I mean, it's not going to help the common person.
Yeah, I wish Salchi was here because maybe he could explain it a little bit better. But my gut tells me that that's not going to help anything at all.
No, it'll help people who own shares in homemaking companies, you know, like Lennar, D.R. Horton, whatever.
Okay.
It'll help lenders. So if they want to get more originations for their mortgages, you know, they'll have more. But the people who wind up purchasing those homes, they're just going to wind up having a total price that's $25,000 higher on average, right? It could be more, it could be less, but you know, that's all it does. It's an illusion of being.
Yikes. Josie,
What's up?
regarding the housing market and everything, I mean, we've been noticing, like, have you been noticing, like, the increase in number of homes being purchased by certain entities?
Yeah. I mean, that's especially in certain markets, that's really been taken off for the past 3 or 4 years. Like a lot of there's a lot of private capital that's been sinking money into Atlanta, Raleigh-Durham, Austin, like all these places that used to be mid-tier, like I'd say like tier 2, tier 3 cities, maybe even tier 4. You know, those places like so most of Americans live in cities that are 50,000 or less people, right? Like around that.
Correct.
Number. But there's a lot of those mid-tier cities that have about 100 to 250,000. So that would be, think a lot of the state capitals, think a lot of those regional efficient areas, right?
Correct.
Like Indianapolis is probably 1 million people for the whole metro, right? But there's a bunch of surrounding cities that are 150,000, maybe 100,000, right? And that's where you'd want to do it because you know there are going to be people there. You know there's going to be state government there that's going to undergird a lot of the local economy. So you know there's going to be people who want to live there and they're going to want to rent. If they can own, then they can own. Problem is ownership is going up.
Also, so I think one thing that we also need to factor into this. I know this is about, we're talking about the plight of Black folks here, right? But I think also one thing we also have to factor into all this is also that, and this is still ongoing in certain places, certain things like white flight in white only areas. I mean, I remember mentioning this before. There was a TED Talk by a journalist named Rich Benjamin. That's R-I-C-H Benjamin, Benjamin. And if you look at this man and the way he talks and everything, he's unassuming. Appears absolutely harmless.
Give me a second. Let me go in and get the super chat in while I'm thinking about it. What is your panel's opinion on the way Liz's obsession with promoting the BFF, the push for power? I'm not sure what he means by BFF. I mean,
BF. Black female.
He said BF, not BFF.
Oh, BF. Sorry, but black. Good luck to him. I don't think that.
Oh,
go ahead, Jules.
So, finish your thought, please.
I don't think that little thing with Donald Trump helped their case for pushing black female powers at all. That that little event that Trump did with the what's that, the black journalist, whatever.
And ABJ.
Yeah.
ABJ, that did not help black women's case for power at all.
Made them look horribly unprofessional. 2 out of 3. Well,
and he had a ball doing it. Understanding you're not dealing with somebody who's logical. And he goes lie as much as he's going to tell the truth.
But let's have a little fun here, fellas. By the way, I got about 70 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show. Let's have a little fun here. I made this little TikTok. This is how you respond to a feminist. And it's hard to see. It's hard to see, but if you look at the corner, this is a dude talking to the carpet muncher maker. Or I'm sorry, Priscilla.
That the male is such a primitive sexual being that, as you put it, can't get his mind beyond sex, well, then that would make me question how you're speaking into a microphone, an electronic device, a significant piece of technology that was created by a man. And the architecture that created the building that you're in, probably an apartment, was also created by a man. Most everything that you observed was created by a man. And let me further expose you, because you're a person who actually takes all of your thinking from a man. For example, on your own Instagram, you only have 2 books referenced. They're both written by men, because you come to the man seeking our superior knowledge. Furthermore, even the book that you have in your hand, which you wrote, you modeled the title of that book after a man's book, Robert Greene's 48 Laws of Power. You're modeling everything you do after the man. And let me explain to you true inferiority. True inferiority is when you think so little of yourself that you don't want to be what you actually are. Your great effort is to emulate the man. You're basically trying to behave like a guy. You're wearing a baseball cap. Are you about to have a baseball game? No, you're not. Listen to your voice. Sounds like a masculine voice. Listen to how people describe you. They describe you as a male, And listen to the books that you reference on your Instagram. Pimp, well, that's a story from a man. And here's the thing. You want to co-opt all the ideas and say that women can be pimps too. No, the man is the pimp. You're the hoe. Get that part right. Stop trying to flip the world upside down. We don't believe you because you're so delusional, and only a broken, traumatized mind gets to a point where you see up as down and left as right. I yield the floor to you.
AB, was that the thing that
AB reacting to another guy.
She
That's a
ate
meta.
Who was that, AB? Was that the Satan the Sinner?
I think so.
Oh, okay. I mean, you know what I'm saying about this Kamala Harris situation. I mean, why she keep referencing the Project 2025 is
that's their propaganda.
Isn't that like
it's a cudgel.
Yeah.
They don't have anything to hit you with positively. So the only play that the Democrats have been playing for the past 15 years, well, since Obama got out of office, really, is the lesser of two evils, and we're not that, right? So you got to vote for us. They haven't been saying how they're going to govern positively or do something to positively affect your life. So they can just say the other guys are Satan. We're not Satan. Doesn't mean they're not a lesser devil.
Oh, sorry, Josie. Go ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they're not a lesser devil, but it just means they're just saying that we're not.
I couldn't find it
on the seat,
but I thought it was good enough. Fuck it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, before I ask my question, could you bring up Black Uru's comment, please, AB?
Let's see, where's that?
It's a good one.
My father told me it doesn't cost me anything to be polite. That's why I asked. Okay, Black Uru says, I gotta do it his voice. They want to use the artificial elevation of B-dubs to assuage their historical white guilt.
I have a minor disagreement on that because I think his first point is they definitely want to use black women as like the face, but I think they want to make everything stay the same by changing the background or the foreground.
Oh, maintain status quo, but by doing a few tweaks.
For everything to stay the same, some things must change. So just change the face.
Absolutely.
And I point to the mayor of Charlotte. She's a black woman. She's been there for about, I think, only one term so far, but she's been long term on that city council, been in the mayor's office for maybe 5 years now, and it's a banking town, so they want things to stay the same, right? Banks are going to be taken care of. The people in the rich uptown area, they're going to be taken care of. But look, it's a black woman, so things will change a little bit. So I think they're going to try and make that play, and then they'll have some separatist movements, like you see in with Baton Rouge, where they're going to be like, look, we're going to make this class/race. We're going to make the move. The people who want to be on the upward track, we're going to make the move upward. And you're going to see that throughout the major mega regions with all the with the real strong economics.
Mm-hmm. My question is this, though. I mean, like, just like you on the left, they're talking about Project 2025. On the right, they're also mentioning, you know, DEI, woke, and everything. These are just scare tactics. Would you agree or disagree?
Agree.
I think.
So
I think. So I'll say this. I think Uru was right. It does assuage white guilt, you know, but it does accomplish another thing. So I think there's always an A plot and a B plot to whatever they're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a red herring that, you know, they 2025 DEI, they don't really give a fuck about that. They complain about that, but what are they actually trying to do? They really want to consolidate money, wealth,
shit,
power. Yeah. I mean, they want to complain about it, but what are they really doing to make their lives better? Because that's what they're really doing.
I remember, I mean, in my own personal experience, I mean, I remember something similar like this back in the 90s. There was like, I mean, I hear always like people talking about conspiracy theories, especially those that are spread by certain government entities and whatnot back home. So this is why, like I said, I mean, me personally, I lost my innocence at 12 in a sense, and then I became very disillusioned with a lot of things that were going on. Time and time again, I've been disillusioned with so many things. So when I hear some people talk, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Please elaborate. And that's when they start to go the hamna, word salad and everything. And I'm like, no, thank you. But that's what it is. But
talking about,
you see all this divisive talk. Or go ahead, Shorty.
I was saying, I just wanted to ask clarification on what you were saying. You talking about the disillusion with the two-party system? Is that what you represent?
Me personally, no, I'm disillusioned with the shit where I'm originally from. But then again, but then when I came here to Europe, I was already disillusioned and really cynical about the government, about governments and everything. So, and thankfully, I went to college and I did take a course on political science. So I've always like learned to take things with a grain of salt, and then I sometimes read legislate. When I look at laws being passed, I'm like, okay, let me look this up. What's in the legislation? Because the devil's in the details. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Like in terms of basically saying that, you know, the policies basically are only going to be, you know, beneficiaries to people to a certain extent, to a certain class of individuals, and you know, only for a certain, you know, range of time, and people in a certain demographic. Basically, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll give you a couple examples over here in Europe. 2014. Over in Denmark. Now, you familiar with the actress Amanda Stenberg?
Actually, no.
You ever seen the show?
Black Jewish Girl.
The Disney
Black Jewish Girl.
What show was she in?
Disney's Acolyte, the one with the Rick James hairstyle.
Sounds familiar.
Okay. Like, you know, there's a few shows, there's a few channels I watched who are like, you know, who criticize all the bullshit that you see in entertainment right now, especially in video games. They were kind of taking shots about her, saying, first of all, you accusing everybody of Danish and everything, but you're you know, being, you know, racist and whatnot, but you're half white and Danish. And I'm like, she hasn't been Danish for a long time. In Denmark, they had a law that passed in 2014, which came into effect on September 1st, 2015. And it said it recognized dual citizenship. In 2015, that's a year when people were like bugging out about the whole migrant crisis in Europe. You know, when folks were coming in from crossing from Turkey into Aegean into Greece, and that huge caravan of people just walking through Eastern Europe trying to get to Germany. Some ended up in Denmark. And I'm like, why now? Given the timing and everything, why now would they recognize dual citizenship in Denmark? Given the complications to it.
They need them
I'm like
numbers.
thinking it's just numbers, but also I was like, you understand that like sometimes the thing about dual citizenship is like, especially if you're an immigrant, you get into some legal shit. It's a back channel for them to, like, once they convict you, to strip you of your citizenship.
Oh, so you got
Because
somewhere to
you're
go
dual
back to. I got you.
Somewhere to send you go back to.
Well, do the home countries recognize dual citizenship? Because that could pose an issue. Because a lot of countries
in certain countries, I mean, in Eritrea they recognize dual citizenship, but I don't have an Eritrean passport because I know what would happen. Because only people only people I know in Europe who take advantage of the dual citizenship thing, especially like in countries like in Western Europe where they do accept dual citizenship, are those where are usually professional athletes and whatnot, because they can play in the professional leagues using their European passports, especially in the case of soccer. But however, many of them are second and third generation immigrants, so they can use their other citizenship to represent their countries of origin internationally. Just like that gymnast you saw over in France, she was. You remember this one gymnast, Kelia Namour, who won a gold medal in the uneven bars in the women's event?
No, I didn't watch most of the Olympics.
Okay, she's a French national. Yeah, French national. Due to some bullshit with the French bureaucracy, she's decided to switch her allegiance to Algeria because her father is second generation French Algerian.
It's probably easy to qualify too. It's like you get a good shot.
But the French blocked her. She had to wait a whole year in order to compete for Algeria, and which was last year. But this year she got back at them by winning gold in France.
Good.
So that type of shit. But like I said, But the funny thing about the citizenship thing is, like, in certain countries, just because you were born there does not mean you're an automatic citizen, because you have to prove you're ethnically from that country. Germany is one example. Austria, same thing. The Nordic countries, same thing. If you're born in these countries, that doesn't mean you're an automatic citizen, because you're born to immigrant parents who have to go through the same naturalization process.
Yeah, there's two ways they determine it. It's usually by blood
Jus
or
solis,
by
jus
soil.
sanguinis, they're called.
Exactly. Blood or soil.
No, that's not blood and soil. Birth and inherit bloodline. Birth and inheritance is what they mean.
Well, yeah, sanguinis, blood. Solis, soil. That's just shorthand. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. But yeah, that's how it is. I mean, that's why, like Germany, for example, the Turkish community, many of them are second, third generations in their second, third generation Germans, but they can't acquire German. When they apply for German citizenship, when they're 18 and whatnot, they give them the go around, unless they make certain exceptions. And like, it is what it is. That's why a lot of German-born Turkish athletes, they're like, "Fuck y'all, I'm representing Turkey."
Good for her.
Because even though they were born and raised in Germany, some are second, third generation, even fourth generation now. Because the German bureaucracy is such ass backwards as regarding towards them. Same thing with other Middle Easterns. The only ones who are able to like bypass that is like if they are from mixed heritage, like one parent's German, the other is ethnically German, one's German, the other's immigrants. So they are able to use that dual citizenry stuff.
That makes sense.
Yeah, the Olympics was it's always some wild shit. You know what I'm saying? People representing other countries. Y'all hear about that that boxing situation that was going on?
Yeah, we heard about that goofy crap.
Yeah, we heard about that.
Wrecking shop.
Yeah, what the hell? Yeah,
You mean the Algerian one?
Huh?
Which one are we talking about? The Algerian one you're talking about? The
I don't
Algerian
know
boxer, right?
I don't know what country she's Joanna, man. I'm weak. I don't know what country she's apparently from, but apparently it's not transgender, but she was like she's one of them people that was born with an XY chromosome or some shit.
It was alleged.
Yeah,
but,
the
IOC.
She's not totally transgender. It's like
intersex.
It's strange.
Yeah, there's intersex people. I've known some. I know a girl who was born with XXY. She was huge.
Oh,
She was like
Swire syndrome, yeah, something like that. XXY.
I want to say she was
Some
like
people born
6'3", like 280. She was a big girl, like a big.
Oh.
So what's
Well, we
that
know how
mean?
you like them big.
You born a yeah. You don't like them big. I ain't gonna lie. So you saying like she was born with like a penis too? Like what's that mean?
I never found that out. I never found that out.
No.
But she told me that in confidence, and only like a handful of people knew. But she was just like a very. She looked like a version of Pat. Like you remember from Saturday Night Live? She looked kind of like that. Not like not the. She looked kind of androgynous. You could tell she was a girl. She had breasts, but like she did not look very female shaped. She's just very interesting. Nice girl and all, but you know.
Think of Caster Semenya, the South African runner, a few years ago. Because she went through the same bullshit, and you know.
Yeah, like in the right light, she could look like a man. In the right light, she could look like a woman, but not like the best of either one.
But this is an intersex person, or the old outdated term they use is hermaphrodite, even though that's not accurate anymore. They don't use that term anymore because it's inaccurate. But that boxer, by the way, her name is Iman Khalif. She's Algerian as well. She went on to win gold as well. And they were saying she's like a man. But they forget
that one girl in the face and she just dropped to her knees. I mean, you knew she was going to win.
Yeah, the Italian one. But the Italian one must have had like a weak chin or something like that, you know?
No. If you get
she felt that damn testosterone. Fuck you talking about?
Yeah. She felt
because they forgot to mention
her nose just crumpled up like loose leaf paper, man. When you feel a mean punch to the face, it's not good.
Yeah, we're getting a little nerdy here.
Oh, we getting way off topic? My bad.
No, yeah, this is my software program that I wrote. I literally call it AB Media Studio. I use this to help me write my my videos and prepare for my live streams.
I like it.
And I actually got a little mini version of Chrome in here, so when I want to upload something, I can type. I'll have my description typed out. I have my tags ready. Then when I built the video, I just uploaded and all that. Let's see who's coming to the stage.
I'm getting ready for WNBA ball tomorrow afternoon. Dr. Faulkner.
What's up,
ladies and gentlemen?
Ladies
and gentlemen, the baddest motherfucker on this motherfucking StreamYard.
I come up here.
This is a bad motherfucker himself.
I come up on this place and I hear y'all talking about chicks with dicks.
Oh well.
I thought Otto Bitmo was up here some shit. What the fuck?
Stop.
The Otto Bitmo shade. I'm weak.
He working, man. Come on, give him a break.
Yeah,
don't give him a break. I know you're gonna want to break him.
Working with that nigga.
Have my air checks. Don't have any right now, but I'm sure I'll have some eventually.
God damn. I'm gonna tell you what. I gotta say something about these fucking Olympic Games.
Please.
Number one, there must have been a worldwide ban on ugly bitches.
We are in France, land of the beautiful women.
For that, Charles, but yeah.
There must have been a worldwide ban on ugly bitches. If you nigga, if I swear to God, I know I'll be 46. I'm gonna make the Olympic team just to be in the village.
Oh, he gonna be Eric Holmonger all week long.
I'm gonna be like, look, coach, give me the shit. I want to be so jacked the fuck out. Give me all the testosterone, peptides, and SARMs you can give me.
That nigga said all the steroids.
Huh?
That nigga said all the steroids.
Well, shit.
No.
7-Eleven pills, those gas station pills.
Now,
testosterone.
He gave me a testosterone shot, half a Viagra, and a honey pack from a gas station rhino pill. My shit'd be harder than a jail sentence, man.
She said harder.
I'm harder than a nigga serving time trying to figure out a calculus problem.
Hey, McJohn, bro, I'll show my code in a minute, but all right, I'm gonna have a little fun here with Charles.
I mean,
I apologize to the brothers who saw the Sippery before, but
oh no,
this Sippery this is Dr. Michael Eric Dyson. This Sippery has to be seen to
now
be believed.
I will give Charles this. Dr. Faulkner, I love you dearly. And there are times you only told me one word when I look at stuff online, so I will send it back to you. Beware.
I mean, sometimes when I look at Mike, that's Eric Dyson right there, isn't it? Dr. Dyson.
Yep.
Little by little, fucking looking like Dr. Dyke. What the fuck, man?
Brace yourself.
Just a love note for Black women this morning. Little girls. For aunties,
get up on
for grandmothers, for wives, for partners, for lovers, for teachers,
for whores,
ditch diggers, engineers,
you an asshole,
for round-the-way girls,
scallywags,
to presidential candidates,
to
we Black men
Colombian drug lords
who have too often failed you,
you are stupid,
who have too often not said the right thing at the right time, who have been vulnerable to the claim that we have forgotten what you have done for us, the magnificence of your service to our people, the beauty and
break up all our community, raise a bunch of half-hazard children. We remember what the fuck you did to us.
No. Well, here's the thing, man. He's one of the guys who got accused of Me Too, and it later just never went to anywhere. Like there's a number of these guys in media. There's a number of guys who in media who did have some shit. They did get convicted. And then it just get brushed under the bridge, like Charlemagne, right? And then there's other guys like him, Torre, the lieutenant governor of Virginia, right? They had accusations, and they were like, "Look, there's nothing we can do. There's no evidence here. Like, this is either something that happened, and there's no evidence, or this is something that didn't happen, and you're trying to press us." Like, there's a lot of guys. Like, that's why he went from Georgetown to Vanderbilt. Like, there's a bunch of these guys out there, and he's basically having to kiss ass so that he doesn't get another fake case on him or like an accusation or whatever.
Jules, this is another level of kiss ass. I'm sorry.
And power of your spirit at times when we flagged. We remember all the remarkable things you have done and beg your forgiveness for us not standing up for you when times were tough or when no one else was in the room to defend you, to assert the legitimate.
Oh, you mean when they kicked us out of the room so we couldn't defend him? Oops, did I say that out loud?
And validity of your personhood. Please forgive us. But no more will that occur. And so the other night, Keith Boykin and I were on CNN trying to be respectful to the congresswoman who insisted upon mispronouncing Kamala Harris. Do you call Melania? Do you call Ivanka? Then call Kamala. Then call Vice President Kamala Harris. And soon, we pray and hope and work that you will call her President Kamala Harris. So this is a note to put on notice anybody who would come for us, who would try to stain the reputation or besmirch the character of Black women, not only the Kamala Harrises of the world, but the Shaniquas and the Jackies.
Dear God. Dear God.
Don't forget the cookies, the peaches, the cupcakes.
Yeah,
he's got. I guarantee he's got a sister or a niece or somebody in his family that
with that name.
He might love him, but he's like, I don't like that bitch. I might love her, but I don't like her. I don't want to be at the reunion. I don't want to be at dinner with her. Don't sit me next to her. Everybody has that in their family. Every Black man has that in their family. Like, or a friend that they're like,
especially the peach.
I can use them for something, but not for a real letter recommendation. But I just cannot stand this shit.
You know what? That woman in my family is called my sister, and I had to live with that bitch for almost 3 years.
I gotta say something here.
Hey, if you're still on the panel, man, be careful what you ask for.
Here he is.
What's going on, BG?
Oh man.
Okay. He's here.
One, dude.
He's here running this back from the jump. Everybody shut.
I've heard it already, but yeah.
Nigga got baptized by Jesus.
Some bullshit.
Right.
And BGS, I said it that way. I said it that way. And BGS, I said it that way in your honor. Yours and AL's honor. That's some bullshit.
That
nigga BGS.
Renee. That's not even legitimate bullshit. This is cow ass.
No, this is knee-deep bullshit.
You know,
BGS. I need a quick.
Now, you know what it is?
What?
I need a quick favor from
It's
BGS.
some bullshit.
Quickly.
Wait, how y'all say down Louisiana?
Wait a minute, Namer. Quickly, Snowman. What do you need? What'd you say?
BGS, I need you to say that magic word on the only way, the way that only you can say it right now, because I'm recording this shit and I'm putting it in my sound base. Go.
Now that is some bullshit.
Got it.
Oh man.
That's the second award-winning sound that he
Hey,
gave me.
BGS, like I said in the email, this was so bad. Even DC didn't defend this. Even DC didn't defend this. He's like, come on, man. They're like, nah, this is too much.
And whoever else a black woman happens to be,
Is that your
and
reading
whatever
of that?
else her name happens to be, we will stand tall for them. Not you unprincipled harridans, you people who assault the legitimacy of our black womanhood.
You ain't
more than 20 years ago, in 2003, I wrote a book called Why I Love Black Women. It wasn't a thing.
Translation to me, you've been an educated simp for a very long time.
It wasn't black women magic. It wasn't black boy joy. This was before there was a trend. So I've been doing this. I've been on the front line of defending.
Hey, BGS, I'll give him credit. At least he's being honest. At least he's admitting he's been
admitted
for
being
20 years.
Defending black women. I have been on the front line of saying that despite our imperfections as black men, despite the ways I have personally hurt or harmed any human being who happens to be a black woman on this earth, despite all of that, what I have always understood is the principled deference to their power and their spirit, and the principled defense of their humanity in the face of unprincipled assault. And so this is just a reminder that we will continue to stand as black men for black women. We will continue to—
He means black males.
—to have your backs. We will continue to uplift you. We will not allow a woman like Congresswoman Nancy Mace. I didn't call her Nancy Machi. I didn't call her out of her name.
I'm sorry.
Do you understand how they view you, sir?
I can't deal with that level of sin, but I already heard it once, so that's enough.
Listen, I just put my Cash App in the chat because I have a special double play for that. And it's both of these are courtesy of BGS. Here's the first one.
Yeah.
And the next one.
Now that is some bullshit.
Shout out to Mississippi Delta.
Nigga done translated the hieroglyphic.
Hold on, wait a minute, Poogie. Wow, we really see who's on the simp payroll. Yeah.
Oh, he's been on simp payroll.
Oh yeah.
Oh, come on, Mississippi. Now, don't be talking about voice watchers like that.
Hold on, wait a minute. One thing I will give Michael Eric Dyson credit for is in the video, he tells you he's been a simp for well over 20 years. I'll give him credit for that.
You talk about Michael Irrigation Dyken. I mean, that's what the fuck he sound like. He sound like a fucking what? Goddamn Dyken and shit. Sound like an irrigation. He was crying so much.
This is the same bullshit.
He was like he made Keith Sweat sound stoic.
Wait. That reminds me.
That nigga said that shit like he was Booker T.
Hell yeah. Candygram.
Oh, this is wait a minute, Mississippi Delta. Hold on, wait a minute. Mississippi Delta ain't shit for this one. Jesus takes the world. Even Jesus said, "Don't give me this."
Don't give me the wheel.
Even Jesus said, "Oh."
Jesus said, "Fuck."
You know what?
Jesus said,
This
"Fuck
is for
that." We both
everybody.
take a Uber.
This is for everybody. Even Jesus a couple of times have said,
now that is some bullshit.
Yeah, that's some straight cow ass the way he was talking. We're not gonna call her.
Hey Charles, you know what that was, right?
What's that? What's that?
You know what that was that I played?
What's that? Oh my god!
Keith Sweat, yo,
That's exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I heard in the background every time AB played that damn clip. Some damn Keith Sweat playing in the background.
He made Keith Sweat sound God,
light skinned niggas are prepared to trade Eric Dyson to the dark skin committee.
Now that I have 4 of my favorite buttons on the same page.
Wait a minute, Snowman. But to Mississippi Delta's point, if you actually read your Bibles, right before Jesus was taken captive, he asked God, "Are you sure I have to die for these Negroes?" He asked him multiple times. Are you sure are you sure I'm gonna have to die for these Negroes? Can't this cup pass from me?
Like
he did say that.
Like these motherfuckers ain't shit.
And why am I dying for them?
Like, yo, niggas ain't shit. I tell you one thing. I'm gonna tell you. See, the only time I'm gonna simp is a time when you should simp. You know what that time is? It's called being in the Olympic Village.
That nigga stupid. You stuck on them Olympic chicks.
Did you see what the fuck they look like? Tell me what.
Hey, but Charles, I thought you don't fuck with them snow bunnies. What's going on?
I didn't say
them.
No, he's talking about that Brazilian gymnast and also
I'm
Little
talking
Simone
about
Biles.
all the black countries. All the black
countries. I'm weak.
They banned all the ugly black chicks from the world. You sit your ass back in your country, your passport revoked. Don't even get to the airport. Matter of fact, bitch, stay on the highway. Like, you know, they just like, God damn, I'm looking at that track and field. And I'm like, what? I'm like, God damn. Like, you know what? I might have to change my beliefs to polygamy. I can't.
That nigga Charles trying to compete in a whole different other way.
Yeah.
He ain't trying to be in the Olympics, but he trying to be in the Olympics. You feel me?
Yeah, but I'm trying to be all up in them. Like, guess what? He gonna score gold every time.
Yeah, because we already watched Paint Dry for about 30 minutes. We watched Kamala Harris's so-called policy speech.
Did she double talk again?
She only made a couple of mistakes while she's reading the prompter. So,
you know what, BGS?
He got more customers.
BGS Charles, watching Kamala Harris's speech elicited a rare emotion out of me.
What's that?
It made me remember the.
Now that is some bullshit
that I went through in North Carolina.
Yeah, she was in North Carolina.
I was listen, she was at a school where I was planning to broadcast this season, but I couldn't get back to him in time. That pissed me off. And the guys will tell you I was cussing up a storm for 10 minutes.
Yeah. And you had your right to do so.
By the way, you know, Sergeant fought the BGS tax in effect. And when y'all come to my channel tomorrow, tax definitely in effect. I got to save up money to go to the African Games.
The African Games aren't for another 3 years, dude.
I'm putting a snowman tax in effect tomorrow
What type of fucking saving up the goddamn money to go did you not understand, nigga?
Mm-hmm. You're going, but you're going to be able to save on top of save on top of save. You have to save at least 5 years, nigga.
Hit my cash app, support the show.
Shit.
Wait a minute, let me go check when's the next African Games where they's going to be at.
Yeah, we're gonna have Mufasa. We're gonna have all the motherfuckers come down. We're gonna have T'Challa. You know, we're gonna have all the motherfuckers. Matter of fact, they said, you know, they said Nelson Mandela's coming back to life to watch this motherfucker. Shit. See, like,
oh wait, 2027. They haven't decided where it's going to be. It's still wait 20. I mean, last year we had the African Games in Ghana, in Accra, Ghana, but they haven't even begun the bidding process.
I need to get me a passport to Liberia. Shit.
Yeah, you might as well call Ask Sauchi if you still got folks over there that can help out.
I know. I seen the Liberian track team, and I'm trying to become a supporter.
Hey,
they got
more than one
big
way.
booty Judy's over there.
Wait a minute,
Big
y'all.
booty Judy trying to become a
BGS,
benefactor.
hold on, wait a minute, Pookie. BGS, you weren't lying. These news outlets are working overtime to try to prop up Kamala Harris. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's
why I can't believe it. That's why I can't believe it.
Man, BGS called this shit 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Charles, the next African Games, they're going to be in Cairo, Egypt, 2027.
You know what song play? Nights over Egypt, nigga. Shit.
You trying to be a sponsor, Charles?
Man, I'm trying to be
trying to be a coach. Hands on.
Get hands
on. But however,
I'm trying to be a coach.
You're gonna say the same thing, but.
No. Here's another one. 2023, 2031. 2031, they will be in Kinshasa, the DRC.
Really?
Okay.
How's that gonna work?
And who's gonna take the DRC?
Is there monkeypox flying around there right now?
Yeah, they got monkeypox.
I'm sure by 2031
monkeypox.
Solved it.
I'm pretty sure if you give them a big
monkeypox is a global emergency right now.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they'll give them a big bottle of Lysol and some bleach. They'll clean up all that shit.
Yeah. By the way, the games in Cairo.
When I looked at that shit, and I looked at the Liberian chicks, like, god damn, on their TikTok and their Instagram, I'm like, y'all look at this shit.
Yeah, I think that's why I got dinged last week. I paid some Simone Bowles' TikToks, and she had some licensed music in there.
Oh, okay.
I'll be like, even
that's my fault. That's not her fault, but I should have did my.
The AI will take it out.
Mm-hmm.
Even some of the damn gymnasts, she like, you know what, take this shit away. God damn. That's why I can't go certain places, because for some reason, like, I could just be sitting there drinking, smoking a cigar, just looking at my iPad, and some chick is just gonna make sure she gets my attention. You could ask the Padawan. We go to the goddamn market, and it's like 3 or 4 chicks just staring at me. And he's like, yo, them chicks want you. I'm like, what chicks? I don't see them. You don't see them?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
he
boy.
says,
like, I'm just looking. I'm looking at
hold on, wait a minute. To Charles's point, though, I'm starting to see a lot of black women online talking about, men don't look at me anymore. They don't speak to me anymore.
I've been seeing that too.
Oh, yeah.
Why aren't they approaching me anymore? Like, y'all got what you wanted. You didn't think there was a price to all this Me Too crap?
Yeah, that's one reason is that
lower the price.
But yeah, but also a lot of women don't realize, like, 25 to 30, like that's closing time. Like, they don't realize, like, the Titanic has sunk. You are seeing the last boat. You need to get on one, and they're just waiting for another one to come
like,
out when they're leaving.
If you saw what I saw with the Olympics, get your passport.
I got a full plan. There's a full
aspirin never looked so beautiful. I'm going to Jamaica. I'm trying to be like, look. I'm gonna hold the blocks for you, girl. You just do you.
Agent Kareen.
I'm gonna go to St. Lucia. I'm gonna go to the Dominican Republic.
Don't forget the Bahamas.
Shit. They talk about population. Shit, don't let me be around that bitch.
That's not happening. The Caribbean population is pretty static.
Yeah, I got a fun one here for BGS.
Oh no! What the fuck am I looking at?
Already.
Is it Kiki Palmer?
No, huh?
Is that Kiki Palmer?
Is that a 4?
Nah, she ain't a 4. She's a 5.
What's a
She's
5?
about a 5. She's
we're
a
gonna
5
after this video. BGS gonna have to hash this 4
now,
or 5.
Let's
Speaking
listen.
of Kiki
Hold
Palmer,
on, wait a minute. Let's listen to this.
This man commented on my last video and said that when you get in your 30s as a woman, your options start to dry up. And
Yep.
the only thing you can do is
No lie to
send
be
him
found.
home or get you a house full of cats. And I don't know why the fuck he would say that, because I don't know if men understand that they are easy, no effort. I can go collect 5 niggas right now.
Yeah, you can go collect 5 dicks right now.
Stand on the corner. Yeah, that's not hard.
That's not hard.
Like Mario coins. I'm talking about before I get to work this morning. So please relax.
Yeah, we know you're talking about 5 dicks, not 5 relationships, 5 dicks. You can go get 5 dicks right now.
Yeah.
Don't take that long. Don't take that much.
Relax, sir. Like, it's never that serious. Truth be told, I can date your granddaddy or your nephew.
Yeah, you can date him.
So the options have not dried up. It's just y'all old niggas are lame. Y'all are.
Old niggas are lame.
Wait a minute. She called. Wait a minute. She called an old brother. Wait a minute now. She got an old brother's name, but she just said I can go date your daddy or your nephew. Like, okay.
Or your nephew. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, date him. Yeah, he can buy you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are burnt out. Y'all can't dress. Y'all stingy with y'all time, effort, monies.
See.
Okay. Y'all look old in the face. Y'all boring. Y'all can't stand up in it like y'all used to. Like, please.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Pause it.
Yeah.
No. I'm gonna say this. This bitch projecting so much that shit ought to be on fucking virtual reality. That shit is AI level, fucking 8K IMAX. This bitch look older than me, and she's probably younger than me. I bet you if she show her arms, her triceps probably waving back like some laundry hanging out on the clothesline or some shit. You already see it with the granny glasses and shit.
Mm-hmm.
She already looked like she got like denture crest. And then she got the, you know what? I finally got tired of wearing weave because my hairline was giving up. I'm going to grow some dreads finally. So she's talking about we look old. Bitch, you look like I would have called you ma'am. But like, how you doing, baby? Let me get that for you, ma'am. I know women in your age bracket can't carry this anymore.
She's probably younger than my wife, and my wife has more muscles.
Like, this chick got a muscle. Look at the size of that forehead. She's flexing.
That's a muscle.
I mean,
back to
the video and back to me talking over track.
So who's this dumb broad?
I have no idea. Good question.
BGS just comes right out and says it.
It's a little dumb broad, a little hood rat. Who is she?
A little. And he coupled it with little hood rat. I love it.
I can get 5 dicks on the way to work. Yeah, if you lift hike up your dress, you can get 5 dicks on the way to work.
Yeah,
not that hard.
Oh no!
But for her, because she looked like she got one.
What do you say about black men?
Average men of the dating world.
Oh, they'll take it. Yeah, especially if it's free. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, nigga?
What?
You gonna stop talking about black men? That's my job. My job to ridicule.
I'm just co-signing what you're saying, sir. That's all.
I know. I'm gonna send this to you, AB, because this is what the fuck I'm watching, and this is the thing that gives me hope, because I want to be a good supporter and fundraiser for the fucking African Games. Okay,
this nigga hype off them Africans.
You know, I'm gonna send you this shit. Because this is, I mean, it could be worse. I could be sending you the video of like the fucking suplex heard around the world. Shout out to Shout out to Kennedy Blades, you know.
Kennedy Blade.
You say that was a cool.
I'm glad you said that. Let's see. Let me see if I can find that, because that was epic.
I think you saw it, didn't you, BGS?
What's that? Yeah, I saw it.
Kennedy Blade, the Kennedy Blade suplex heard around the world.
By the way, that's actually her trademark, because she was doing it to bitches in the under 20 World Championship. She actually won.
I'm surprised they don't get hurt. I'm sorry, she ain't hurt nobody with that move though.
If they die,
actually, she did actually hurt somebody, because remember, after she suplexed the Romanian wrestler. They had to stretch her off because they said she suffered a neck injury and concussion.
Yeah.
Gee, I wonder how.
I just said that shit should be a crime. If you saw what that woman did to that other woman and threw her on the back of her neck like that, she literally broke her neck.
Hey, the United Wrestling World Federation says it's legal, then it's legal.
Illegal, yeah.
Suplex that, guess what? You shouldn't have been taken off your feet. First rule of wrestling.
Yep.
Stay low. First rule of wrestling. Protect yourself and stay low. If she's almost 6 foot, she's 5'11", so if she taking you over like that, you deserve it.
If she gets the chance.
Look at this.
See you later.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised she's not, she's not seriously hurt.
She will finish it. She gets the chance.
Yeah, she's gone. She's done.
Well, she was knocked out cold.
I know she had to be. Surprised she's not in the hospital.
That's the reason why you do all them neck bridges and
That's
shit.
a she.
Okay.
Because if you take a throw like that,
and you're not trained,
you kill a person.
That's what
That chick in the blue looks like a dude. I'm sorry.
But no, she's very feminine. Very feminine. Very feminine.
The chick in the blue?
Yeah. Well, you talk about
She's
the
Iranian.
there. She's actually very feminine. It's just she's stocky to the motherfucker, the white chick. Kennedy reminds you a little bit.
Maybe that was just a bad angle on her.
Kennedy reminds you the one who did the suplex, and she reminds you a little bit of Simone Biles. You know. Oh yeah, did you get what I sent you on the phone on AB? You get what I sent you on the phone?
The skateboard.
No,
Oh
the
yeah.
African
I sent you the skateboard shit too. That shit was hilarious. I was like, wait a minute, and you couldn't find this niggas in the Olympics? So I should send that to AB. I was like, my man hit the skateboard, got off the skateboard, started breaking. I was like, you go ahead. There you go, AB. You know,
Send it to me also, Charles.
What's that?
Skateboard.
The skateboard.
Oh shit. Let me see. God damn! Don't make me work too much, fellas. God damn. Let me see. Let me go to my.
Just drop the link. Just put the link in. We're all here.
Well, you know, I'm gonna try to. God damn it. Technology. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm gonna put the.
AB, them African chicks.
Yeah, don't worry. I sent it to him. You know, he'll show it in a minute. I'm a good man. Shit, goddamn, that bitch.
Put it in the back chat because it's a little hard to because I'm on my laptop.
All right, let me hook you up there. Hook you up a little bit. You know, do something for the cause. I'm a bitch if you don't. Mother. Gotta send this shit back.
While Charles is doing that,
go ahead.
I got another game for y'all. Because me and Jody went through some things recently and got some stares.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about walking upstairs either. You would think. Well, let me put it this way. I went to my daughter's recital Friday night.
Okay.
We're coming back, and it's across the border in Kentucky. We're coming back. We made a stop to get some pizza. My next statement is the following. The gynocracy walked in. Y'all know the question, and you know how many answers are available. Keep in mind, Friday night, Jody and I waiting for some pizza with our daughter. And the gynocracy walked in. What do you think they were thinking when they saw my crazy ass?
Wait a minute. It's Friday night. I own you, nigga. You supposed to be on my arm.
Couldn't find him a real black woman.
Oh, now, rest in power to your mama. But I'm gonna tell his mama.
That was the
Your mama
first look
black.
that was pinned on me.
Your mama black.
Yep. That's a good one, Pookie. That's a good one.
I heard that shit so many times. So irritating.
Here's one you always hear. Mm.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's true.
Man, Pookie, the look they gave me in saying exactly what you said.
You know what she said? She said, "Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle and a nigga's owner."
But you know what? When they tell me my mama black, it's like, yeah, my mama is black, and she told me had to avoid heifers like you too.
Oh, I'll add a bonus. What do you think they were thinking when I kissed my wife?
Ooh.
In front of them.
The nerve of that nigga.
Right. I'll be back in a minute, but damn, I gotta drink on that one.
Oh, shit. Guess who liked my story already? God damn. Guess who liked my story already, BGS?
Who liked your story already, sir?
The two of the track runners from Liberia.
Okay. Oh boy.
I'm like, oh boy.
Wait. Detro, I gotta give you a bell for that. I gotta give Detro a bell for that one.
I'm going to get this shit live from Liberia from the news on the studio.
You better have me introduce that shit. I'll give you a voiceover for that.
You're like, did it. From the ain't shit nigga ranch. Oh, yeah.
You stupid.
You ain't shit nigga ranch, because you know we ain't shit. Oh no.
From the ancient ranch,
Detro.
from Big Dick Nigga Town, Texas.
Let me add
It's a
this.
home.
Let me add this to what Detro said and what BGS said. How dare this nigga kiss that white woman and actually enjoy it?
Oh man.
Because when I saw the looks they were giving me,
It's on the back chat, AB. I
got it. I got it.
I would have looked at you and been like, you know what? I wish I would have cross-dressed for that time so I could say every little thing. You hate your mama.
I wouldn't have been able to keep it. If you did that in front of me and Jody, I would not be able to keep a straight face.
I would have been like,
and for the one you just said,
I would have been like, I don't even like my coffee integrated. I'd have whispered to Jody. I'd have dressed like the waitress. What will we be having today, colonizer? I mean, ma'am.
And you know Jody would have run with it.
You're like, you hate your lips because they black, don't you, boy? I'm sorry. Let me stop.
Hey, Charles, you know if you'd have said that to her, she'd have run with it.
Oh, no.
You know that.
Oh, my God.
Man, listen, y'all. We make so many jokes about that, it's not even funny.
I'd have been like, you know what? Hey, look at the lovely Toya there. Goddamn, Toya, you got the little nice lipstick and shit, man. You stop with them pictures, girl. I'm trying to be, you know.
No, you're not.
I'm trying to be at least a 2 or 3 day out of the week Christian guy. No, I'm not even going to do that.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You can't tell me that lie.
Other religions, I'm just a hedonist. But anyway. Oh, man. I got both in the back chat. So, yes, I'm doing my best researching. God
right,
dang. I'm so happy.
Now Charles is singing.
The first one.
Yeah.
Oh God.
What?
I'm looking at the skateboard.
Was he better than everybody in the Olympics?
Damn.
Yes.
Damn.
He just got tapped out, man.
BGS is muted.
Yeah, y'all watching this?
What?
Is he just tapped out?
What are you talking about, man? Is he just
Oh, he's talking
UFC.
UFC.
Oh, is he-
Charles
okay.
know what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
Israel Adesanya.
Is he
He
tapped out?
tapped out.
Yeah.
What did he catch?
He was winning the fight too.
What did he catch him at?
Damn.
Let me watch. I'm looking it up. I think it's Drickus.
He can't.
To the South African white boy.
He can't bring up no African shit anymore now.
Yeah, that nigga's all Caucasian. That's bullshit.
No, it's Duplessis. It's the South African guy. He challenged for the middleweight title.
Yeah,
Drickus Duplessis, South African Afrikaner.
Oh man. Oh my God. Oh my God.
So is he tapped for real though?
Got his ass whooped. What you expect?
Nah, nigga, that's style bender. What you mean? I expect that nigga to do his shit. He's supposed to go in. You know what I'm saying? Work that distance, work the range. You know what I'm saying?
No,
you know what
he
I'm
could.
saying?
Drickus made him tap. Apparently, where is it?
Edgar.
That's a hell of a bell.
Just get on down.
Much better than
Edgar.
Oh!
Just get on down.
You telling me we couldn't find him?
Edgar. Just fist bump. Just get on down.
Better than the chick from Australia.
Oh, way better.
Much.
Oh, good Lord.
Mm-hmm. God is good. God is good.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the? Wait a minute. When you say is he tapped? Are you talking about
Shut
the
up,
clip
Namer.
against him and Logan Paul?
Nah, he UFC, dude.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's Lord.
What's that tattoo on her thigh? What's that say?
No, but I wish I was
That
there.
nigga said Logan Paul. I'm weak.
He's a wrestler.
Yes, Lord. Yes,
That's
Lord.
Kennedy Blade, right?
Lord. No, that's the one, the Liberian chick, the track runner. The second one is funny as shit. The second one is funny as shit. When she's in the weight and does the clip. Like, don't
Hey,
fuck
hey,
them.
BGS, the Democrat convention's next week. Oh boy. It'll be interesting to see.
Oh, on the Democratic National Convention next week, I think BGS just said it best.
Now that is some bullshit.
Yeah. We're going to see how much working they're going to do.
You really want an answer to that question?
Nah.
Well, they kind of know they're cooked. They got nowhere else to go because they haven't had. So one of the things that I'd love to see is Americans become more hostile to any type of incumbent elections, right?
Mhm.
Like the best power that most Americans have is that every 2 years you can vote out the power of the purse, Congress, right?
Yeah.
But we don't operate on that, and it needs to be more exposed that there's a lot of people who like the way things are, and there's a lot of people who don't. So a lot of people are going to have to kind of push to get people out of office and not just vote for the lesser two evils. That's been stuck within the zeitgeist for the better part of 50
If you want
years.
to do that, especially in Congress, you got to get rid of the seniority system. Okay.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true. But then they will call into question a bunch of other things. But yeah.
Yeah, but if you don't get rid of the seniority system, guess what's going to happen? The same thing's going to happen.
Same thing.
You get people stuck at the
Same as
bottom.
it ever was.
Not, but things. It takes time for people to bubble their way up to the top, unless you're
Yeah.
lucky. Okay.
But then it also calls. But then if you get rid of people every 2 years, and I mean not just like one or two here, but I'm talking all 400 plus, then you actually eliminate the seniority system by default because then nobody's senior.
And then nobody's seen you, and then okay, Whatever. What business have you ever worked in? Any? Name one.
Banking.
Banking. What if you just cleaned out your employees every 2 years?
You lose into institutional memory.
Institutional memory. So what if you have to start fresh every 2 years? Say you got people that learned on the job and they got pretty good at the job. All of a sudden, after 2 years, you had to go someplace else. You had to bring a whole fresh crew.
You wouldn't have much things going.
So you're saying in Congress.
Well, you would have something happen.
Let me finish, okay? Let me finish, okay? So what you're saying in Congress, you just flush out the jokers every 2 years and start fresh.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Because a lot of people.
Explain to me how this shit is going to work, okay?
Yeah. A lot of congressmen have made their job making the donor class rich, but then also their job is keeping their job.
Okay.
Right. So it's not necessarily serving all of their constituents.
Okay.
So this gives a lot more power to people to say, look, if you actually don't serve your constituents, the majority can vote you out. So
they can vote you out now. What I'm saying is, now you said we should just automatically.
I'm not saying automatically. I mean, you have to
what I'm saying
will for this. But
no. What I'm saying is, okay, public will for this. Okay, say public will, automatic, whatever it is, right? You're just gonna flush out everybody after 2 years, right? No seniority system, no nothing, right? We start fresh every 2 years, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I didn't say the seniority system. I said flush them out every 2 years, because that would trickle down into getting rid of the seniority system and compelling them to actually do things for
when you say flush them out every 2 years, what do you mean?
That means if they are not actually doing what you need them to be doing as a voter, then you would start primarying them. You start getting them out. I mean, make it like a competitive, hostile environment for them, where they actually have to do things for the people.
Part of the problem with this flushing them out every 2 years is it's not respectful of the actual infrastructure of the federal government. When
what do you mean by that?
I mean, you have what's the federal budget, and what are all the jobs?
Roughly $5 trillion.
And all the contracting, and all of the offices. Brother, slow down, brother.
Yeah.
All the offices, all the jobs, contracts that may be 5 or 6 or 10 years or more. All the infrastructure, all the multinational connections, and you're gonna throw that up in the air potentially every 2 years.
Yes.
Okay.
Look, yeah. I mean, look.
There's no. Okay, so then tell me where on earth in the history of the planet that a system the size and the scale of the United States of America,
or any system,
survives 2-year turnover.
The U.S. has.
Sure.
Where?
No, it has no.
We have elections. Congressmen go.
Those standards were created when motherfuckers were literally in horse and buggies.
Exactly.
Where there were.
I mean, hold on. Does not every congressman have to run an election every 2 years?
Yes, that's why we have it there. So that's what I'm saying. They spend a year. Actually,
let me go through the process before you run on, okay? I'm trying to go through a process. I don't need you to filibuster for like 5 minutes, okay? You have to run every 2 years, right? It's automatic. It's not because you have a choice. So every 2 years, every voter in especially in Congress has a opportunity to get rid of somebody that's not doing what they're supposed to do, because they have to come back to the people actually campaign and prove that they've done something for their people, right? Okay.
Yes.
What you're saying is already happening.
Okay. Then it should be more hostile. Primary them, get them moving to do what you need.
What does primary mean? Okay.
That means get candidates in there and start flushing them out. If they're not going to
no. Explain the process of.
That's what I was just trying to do. That's what I was just trying to do.
No, you're not
voting.
No.
Finish my thought.
No. I want you to do so I can understand what because you said it like 10 times, right? What does it mean? Flushing them, primarying them. What does it mean? Hostile primary. What does that mean?
That means if you, as a candidate, are not doing what we need, meaning Congress's power is the purse. the purse is not doing what the constituents, the body politic want, primary them. That means get them out of there. Find someone who will. If that person doesn't, then get someone else who will. At this point, you could flush out a lot of people, all the sycophants, all the job seekers, all the rent seekers, all the people who want to get the jobs on case.
How do you know? How
make
do you know
it very hostile for them to be congressmen.
You can do
who are
that.
seeking to get rich. Nancy Pelosi.
How come you don't do that now? Why do you think Nancy Pelosi has been?
Because we've been trained over the past 50 years.
No, you haven't.
Yes, we have. Why do you think that? Why do you think they wheel out? Why do you think they wheel out?
Okay. I can tell you, my congressman, Maxine Waters, has been in Congress for 40 years. You know why?
Because she's been in power for 40 years.
No.
She had constituents who liked what she did. She did some good things, especially
she does a
South
lot of
Africa. Yeah.
She delivers what her constituents need year after year after year after year. That's why she's still in there.
To a degree, some congressmen find 4 or 5 things that stick for them in their region. Whatever that be military, elderly, something like that. They find something that gets them in, and they find a donor class.
Okay, so what's wrong with
blanket it with the ad?
So what's wrong with that?
Because some of us don't get what we want, and that's a lot of us. So when they say 70% of Americans don't have enough to, save for retirement, these are the type of things that say that not everybody's getting what they need. So make it to a point where you have a government that we have a command economy that could actually do some things for the people.
Explain to me. No. Explain to me how you do that.
By changing the political will.
How do you do?
Every 4 years. Let me finish my thought. You're asking me the question. I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer.
You're not explaining it.
All right. Every 4 years, we'll Noam Chomsky out, and they say you vote for the lesser of two evils, and they try to blanket that out and down ballot it for every single thing. So the incumbents try to stick in. That's just one example.
They already do.
And then we have a process where we try to say that voting is the whole deal. That voting is everything. No, voting is the midpoint process of the whole process that the American politics just ignores about trying to get people in.
Slow down for a second. All right. How do you get people to do that shit? They don't even fucking read.
You make it hostile. There's another thing.
Hold on a second. That doesn't mean anything. Hold on a second. That doesn't mean anything. How do you make it hostile? Explain that.
You make it so that anybody who's not doing. I've said this like 5 or 6 times.
No. You said it. You haven't explained it though. How do you set up a hostile environment for these people?
By voting them out. You can do it by force, by making it like people get very upset, make it very physically dangerous for them, or you can make it very electorally dangerous for them. That you get candidates and put them in there and keep forcing them in.
You can do that. You can do that already. So how do you convince the people to do that to their candidates?
You have to change the will of the people.
How do you do that?
That is a big question, because I think most people are pretty satisfied
when you can answer that question, come back and then we can talk about primarying people. Okay. I just played Tulsi Gabbard, man. You probably were there during my during my whatchamacallit, during my
behind the wall.
Yeah,
behind the wall.
They were gonna cordon off her.
What did she say about voting?
It's part of the process.
No. What she said about voting? What percentage of the people actually vote that are even eligible to vote?
Roughly half.
Those are the people that they're actually the registered voters, right? Roughly half, right? Okay. Okay. Only half your people even vote, right? And basically, only a third of your people that are eligible to vote even vote. Okay. So how do you convince these people to actually participate in the process?
Give them a better choice.
That's bullshit.
I mean, that's really the only. You either give them a better choice, or you give them the will to do something to push these people out.
Okay,
look.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Okay, because you're not explaining shit. Okay, I'm asking you. Okay, you give them a better choice. How do you do that?
You get people who actually want to do it. What I'm saying is, you need to give fear approval, right? 1971, Vietnam, height of Vietnam. What's his name? Nixon and. Who's the old Jew who just died? 100 years old. Kissinger. Yeah. They were walking out from the White House lawn, height of the Vietnam War. And the people were banging on the fences enough where they thought it was going to come over. The fences were going to come over. And Nixon said to Kissinger, I don't think we're going to get out of this, Henry. And he said, I don't think we are either.
Guess what?
We're going to have to give them something what they need.
Okay, what did they give them?
That I can't tell you because I wasn't at that time. But I know that they started to bend. But no. 2 months later, Nixon was up with,
slow down.
2 months later, Watergate happened.
The thing is, in 1971, right there at the fences, what happened in 1972? There was an election.
Yes, and so make those elections matter.
And guess what they did with Nixon?
Got rid of him.
They voted him back in.
Yep.
But he wound up walking off and flying out of that.
He was 74. He won
2 elections.
He won 2 elections. In other words, 1971, as you say, at the height of Vietnam, right? Okay. And what did he say? We're not going. He told kids, you might not get out of this. Okay? And guess what happened the very next year?
They voted him in.
They voted him back in. You see where I'm going with this?
So people like it. So people like what we have.
See, people like what. The thing is, you're going to take a 250-year-old complex system, right? Okay, that's established about the way Washington D.C. runs, right? And you want to, okay, like you said, if any establishment, I don't care where you work, okay, if every 2 years you're going to get turnover, you're going to get chaos, okay? You think you're going to get a better run government by overturning people, or even half or a third or even 3/4 of your congressmen every 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, we do that every 2 years already.
No, we don't.
We have elections every 2 years.
We have elections, but do we, listen to me. I want you to listen to me carefully instead of reacting emotionally, right? Okay, we have elections every.
I'm listening, and I'm just responding to what you asked.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying, right? Exactly what I'm saying. Do we turn over congressmen like 3/4 of the Congress every 2 years?
No.
What percentage do you think we turn over the Congress every 2 years?
Oof, at most 10%.
At 10%, right? Okay, and that's about right. Okay, if you're gonna lose people, 10% is about right. All right, okay. Even though you have elections every 2 years, okay. In theory, you could elect a new person every 2 years in Congress, right? How come people in practice do not do that?
One, it's very intensive to run a campaign for Congress unless you're in very specific areas. 2, a lot of people don't want to pay the filing fees. And 3, a lot of people just don't want to run. Or 4, they like everything the way it is.
Let me ask you a question, right? Okay. Do you trust somebody that you just got up, never been in office, that you don't know, or the person has already been in place? Who you gonna trust more?
That's a false dichotomy. I mean, I want to trust someone who's trustworthy.
Wait a minute. Ooh. Why is that a
no?
false
No. Just because someone's actually there doesn't mean I trust them.
I asked you a very simple question, right? Okay.
But that's a false dichotomy. That's a limited question.
It's not a limited question.
No, because I don't trust someone just because they've been there.
No. What I'm asking you, okay, if two people side by side, right? Okay, that you know virtually nothing about, right? Who do you trust more, the new guy coming in or the guy that's already been there doing it for 2, 3, 4, 5 years or 6 years?
I trust their record. I mean, like I can't trust
the new guy. Don't have a record.
The other person have a record.
Brother, he said you didn't know anything about the new guy. What do you know about a new guy who ain't done anything?
Well, in Congress, all right. So if you're having this hypothetical situation,
it's not hypothetical all the time.
What do I know about what the new guy is going to achieve that don't have?
Well, then I'd look to see what they did on a lower level. Let's say city council, judge, something along those lines, sheriff, chief of police, whatever, right? I'd see if they had any record as far as criminal, whether they're married or not, how are they doing in that? If it's a congressman, I'd see like what did they say in their campaigns, what they put on their policy page, how much did they hold up, how much did they try and get rejected, what did they do in committee? Like there's a whole bit different things. It's not just they were there and they were not. There's a bunch of different factors.
Those are valid considerations, but those are big variables between municipal to state, from state to federal. The relationships the relationships that the federal that the incumbent representative or senator have are enormous, leverage and have leverage across all levels, because that municipal guy only had the guy, he may be great, but his power is primarily at the municipal level. But that federal guy, that incumbent, has influence at the federal level, the state level, and the municipal level. So if he or she has any record of real performance and doing, like actually doing something for a district, you know, and has some presence in his or her actual district of achievement, it's going to be very difficult to surmount that. Generally, you're going to have to probably catch that incumbent with his or her hand in some cookie jar somewhere. That,
Yeah, I
in
mean,
fact,
so
that's
it's an
typically
incumbent.
how
It's an
you
incumbent
beat an
bias.
incumbent. That's typically how you beat an incumbent. Typically.
Well, I know, I've seen that. Like, AOC beat what's his name, Steny Hoyer, because he just got lazy and didn't campaign, so he threw away a 20-year
No, it
career.
wasn't Steny Hoyer. It was somebody else.
Was it? No, Steny Hoyer's in Maryland. God, I can't remember.
But it was a high-ranking Democrat. I don't.
Yeah, it was like
remember
number
his
2
name.
or 3, but I can't remember. I thought it was.
I don't remember his name.
Well, I think you have a, you know, with all due respect, brother, I think you have a somewhat frivolous perspective about, again, how I mean,
But all right, we're all free.
I mean, there are what? How many? 400 or whatever people in
around 435, 450
in the
something
House, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So and covering every district in the United States of America, which includes, all the population of the country. So to turn over all or some significant percentage of those positions every 2 years, that's tumultuous, man.
Yes,
That's
and that's why we have that system there.
That's not a minor, brother. That's not a minor thing to do. And first of all, you're presuming that as all these different positions change, they're all changing in a way that you agree with, or or you perceive to be
It's not about me.
beneficial. But what
we
I'm
wouldn't have
saying
the
is
system in
just,
place if it wasn't able to be done.
Oh, you okay? You can't talk through people, okay?
I'm
If you
saying
talk,
just changing for the sake of change is way more dangerous than just, the current status quo, particularly in the United States of America, particularly in the current system, and in particular the given infrastructure. You could destroy this country by turning over the House of Representatives. In the current environment, you could literally destroy this country. You could
The
wreck
problem
its
is,
financial.
the thing is,
You
I
could wreck
didn't say
its.
change just for the sake of change. I said change because people are
No, but
dissatisfied with the status quo.
but
So if you are dissatisfied, we
your
have a mechanism where every
presumption
2 years
you
you can
already have
change.
your presumption is there will be this change that will be positive because it's changing. When what will
No,
likely
I
happen,
didn't say it would be positive. I said
what
people give
will
what they want.
likely happen. Well, first of all, there are a whole lot of people who want a whole lot of different shit. So while you think that change is good because it's what the people want, well, it's some people in this voting district that want some shit, and there's some people right next door to them in another congressional district that want some whole other shit. And then
They
the
split
other
up the
ones over
court
there.
that way.
So then this notion that simply changing over is likely to produce some positive result in an environment in which everybody's grabbing and got different motives and different objectives, taking some consistency outside of that is utter chaos.
It's chaos.
So I'm going to push back in that. The big thing I've been trying to say is that, look, there's a big portion of society that sees things are just, people are dissatisfied, right?
Okay.
We have a mechanism to change certain things, right? But we've had a certain political ethos that for the past 50 years has been serving a specific political class.
200 years. It didn't just start today.
The mechanism in the government layout, yes. But it has been serving a particular class of people.
It always has. It always got.
It is far more democratic now than it was 100 so years ago. When, for example, your governors pick your senators and not people. So it's a far more democratically accessible system today than it was when it was created. Much more.
I disagree with that a little bit. They
Yeah,
have very
No, that's how the system actually works.
Go back, because I just did this. Go back and read just before the Civil War and the shit that was going on there, man. The common people have nothing to say about that shit, okay? Nothing.
Yeah, we have the landed gentry portion of that too.
Landed
I understand.
and also the industrialists, and also the robber barons wanting to build shit and wanting more terrorists to actually build the industry. All kinds of shit. It's always been that way, man.
Okay. But I think if people are dissatisfied with the current system,
Okay, let's move on.
We
have a mechanism to change it.
No,
we have a mechanism to do something.
Okay, what I'm saying is, just because you have a mechanism to change shit, right, doesn't mean that doing what you're saying. Because I'm asking you, what portion of turnover do you want?
I think 30% would be healthy.
30% would be healthy, okay? Yeah. Okay, does your city council, okay, wherever city you live in, do they actually turn over their city council every 2 years by a third of it?
Yeah, actually they do. By mandate, it's 4 seats, and they change it over every 2 years. Yeah.
So in other words, you diselect people every 2 years.
No, they're up for election. If they're not,
no. What I'm saying, okay.
You mean actually turn over the actual people?
Yes.
Themselves? I don't know the history of it because I've only been here for about a year and a half. So
how long have you been voting?
In this city? Only
in any city. I don't care. Any city.
Oh, I don't know, since I was 18. So let's say 20
Since you're 18. Any place have you ever voted, right? Have you seen a third to a half of your seats get turned over every 2 years? School board, judges, city council, county supervisors?
No, because we have systems that keep it in play with especially money can funnel a lot of things in there and get people to stick with one way.
In other words, at what level do you see turnover? A 30% of people get turned over 2 years at any level.
What I would ask is this:
I'm asking a question for a reason, right? Okay, because no sound business works like that. Where you have 30% turnover.
No.
Hold on. Let me. Any goddamn business that has a third of their employees with high turnover is a fucked up company, man. Nobody wants to fucking work there. Okay?
Wait a minute, BGS.
Yes, sir.
Don't talk about Kamala Harris like that.
What I'm saying is, because I hear this, I hear the idea, I understand the sentiment, right? Okay, but the thing is, what you're espousing right now, okay, is not the solution for what you want. Okay,
yeah, it's one solution.
BGS, can I ask a question about that?
Go ahead.
Now, doesn't the mechanism already exist to recall and do a primary?
Yes.
But nobody's going to go out there and get 50,000 or 10,000.
Why not?
Signatures? Because we already have a mechanism to do it every 2 years. So people really being dissatisfied takes a lot.
People, what is it? 60% of your people don't even goddamn vote.
We already have a hostile environment because we don't. Well, a lot of countries that have mandatory voting let people take the day off to vote. Australia has like a 98% voter turnout.
You can do a mail-in ballot.
They let them take the day off to vote.
No. Dude, you can do a mail-in ballot. You don't have to even go in.
That just came about in the past 5 years.
California's had mail-in ballots, man, for the last 30 years. Okay.
That's California. Trust me, a lot of these states do not want voters to turn out.
Okay, gentlemen, can we please move on?
Okay. I don't know. It's going around in circles right because it's emotion, it's a belief. But the thing is, it doesn't get down to the nuts and bolts of how shit works. No country in the world works like that.
Australia mandates that you vote every election.
So does Australia turn over all their seats every 2 years?
I don't know the intricacies of it, but I do know that their voting is less hostile for the voters.
I don't care what kind of hostility is for the goddamn voters. What country turns over seats every 2 years? Name me one.
I don't know every single country.
Name me one.
I mean, when when you look at the creation and the changes of laws, brother, those in themselves take years to get done.
Because people negotiate to get more shit on their side to make deals. Like, that's how you whip things up in the street.
But you can't.
I'm going to give you my vote if you give me a vote for this.
Oh Lord! Oh Lord!
All right.
Yeah, let's
hey, just tell them what I always tell them.
I've worked in government, and you're telling me about this.
You're right.
God damn, man.
Jules, you're right.
Okay. Sorry. I have people who've worked in government. I've worked in government. I somehow don't know what I'm talking about.
Jules,
somehow we're always talking about you guys are complaining. Here's you want to change it. Here's how you do.
Let me ask you. Let me ask
casual
you.
suggestion.
Let me ask you a question,
This
Jules.
whole thing where apparently I just don't know what I'm doing. Oh my gosh!
I worked in government too, man. Okay.
Jules, I have run for public office twice. I am intimately involved. I am intimately knowledgeable about the electoral process, the campaigning process, petitioning, debating.
But somehow, if we complain about the system not being fair, why don't you do something about it? I bring up something to do something about it, but you can't do that. Seems like we're trapped in a loop.
What government entity did you work for, Jules? What government entity?
I'm not gonna dox myself, but I'm just gonna say
okay.
I've worked on the state and the federal level. And I've worked on the international level.
Jules, hold on a second. Slow down for a second. In that job, what was the rate of turnover in that job?
Depends on the time of year. It depends on what you're trying to do.
What's the rate of turnover?
It varies.
No bullshit. What's the rate of turnover?
Okay. BGS. And if you go into any fucking state, federal, or municipal function, the average tenure of the motherfuckers there is 22 to 25 years.
25 years. I know that.
You talking about like a bureaucracy, or are you talking about a campaign?
I'm talking about any state.
You asked me a very general question. I asked for clarification.
All right,
Jules.
Okay, can we please? All right, we're about to move on.
You're right. You're right. You're right, Jules.
I'm not.
Please don't. You're right, Jules.
Another time. Video here. This is. Hold on. Wait a minute. Now we're about to move on. This video right here. This is how we should start responding to some of these feminists.
Feminist gets exposed, suggesting that the male is such a primitive sexual being that, as you put it, can't get his mind beyond sex. Well, then that would make me question how you're speaking into a microphone, an electronic device, a significant piece of technology that was created by a man. And the architecture that created the building that you're in, probably an apartment, was also created by a man. Most everything that you observed was created by a man. And let me further expose you, because you're a person who actually takes all of your thinking from a man. For example, on your own Instagram, you only have 2 books referenced. They're both written by men, because you come to the man seeking our superior knowledge. Furthermore, even the book that you have in your hand, which you wrote.
Just for context, he's talking to the carpet muncher maker.
You modeled the title of that book after a man's book, Robert Greene's 48 Laws of Power. You're modeling everything you do after the man. And let me explain to you true inferiority. True inferiority is when you think so little of yourself that you don't want to be what you actually are. Your great effort is to emulate the man. You're basically trying to behave like a guy. You're wearing a baseball cap. Are you about to have a baseball game? No, you're not. Listen to your voice. Sounds like a masculine voice. Listen to how people describe you. They describe you as a male, And listen to the books that you reference on your Instagram. Pimp, well, that's a story from a man. And here's the thing. You want to co-opt all the ideas and say that women can be pimps too. No, the man is the pimp. You're the hoe. Get that part right. Stop trying to flip the world upside down. We don't believe you because you're so delusional, and only a broken, traumatized mind gets to a point where you see up as down and left as right. I yield the floor to you.
Oh, by the way, fuck you, BGS. You were always right about her.
What about her? About being pimp? Yeah. Or trying
to about her being broken.
Oh, yeah. She always, she said that. She explained that multiple times by multiple people, including her family.
Yeah, don't get me started. But
you don't, man. I've had enough dealings with broken women, and I know when I see them. As soon as they open their mouths, okay, baby, who hurt you? I can already tell you. Okay.
Shout out to Nameless. He inspired this one.
Oh yeah, Mandalorian.
Black Mandalorian.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. I mean, but the thing is, how do you socialize people? How do you re-socialize people to be more independent and think for themselves and think, even my own family, man. I'm the only person in my family that thinks policy over politics. Okay, and that's what you have to be Mandalorian. So
Yeah, I shared this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Now for obvious reasons, I kind of censored this a little bit, but I believe Salchi's right. We don't have time for some of these black heifers.
Well, okay. The thing is, and this is something that this is why I've been going through this, through the manosphere, explaining this over the last 10 years, slowly but surely, man. This is something that has been handed down and been in place for 200 years. Okay, you're not.
Yeah.
It's embedded. You're not going to change it. In fact, my sisters, I was over my sisters, and they were playing this TikTok with this little baby. She couldn't been more than 2, right?
Right.
And you can see the sassiness at 2 years old that she's mimicking her mother. Okay,
Oh wow.
telling her father that he was too loud. Okay, and I'm thinking, I might do it. I might do it on Monday. The chick that's she's a former HR rep. Okay, and
Okay.
she was saying the difference between white women and black women is cultural, right? How they train. Like white women are passive aggressive. They smile a lot, even though whatever's going on in their head, right, and stuff like that. But black women are always in your face, outspoken, don't take no shit, blah blah blah. And she pretty much explained it, man. This is cultural. And this shit has been handed down for God knows how long. Okay, and you're not going to change that. And if you look at little babies, it tells you that okay, the shit is not going to change. So unless you're willing to continue the process that you've been going down for the last 200 years, pick them. Okay, if not, you're gonna have to make a different choice. You're gonna have to either make a different choice or make a different stance. Okay, because they're not going to do it.
I call it the hamster wheel.
Oh,
BGS, one of my favorite series that you put
Mhm.
down, and when you start going back in time, you're like, see, it's the same shit in the 60s. See, they were saying the same shit in the 1920s.
Yeah.
Had to realize that's how I had to get my passport. Like, hold on, we going through the same shit because I think, well, my theory is that a lot of the incoming generation of black men, we don't have that continual understanding of like, okay, because I'll put it like this: most new generations, they come in, they think, oh, this shit just started in the 90s.
Yes.
And then the millennials came out, this shit started in the 2000s.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you had that intergenerational, transference of knowledge like we have now, this shit we would have been got out of this bullshit.
Yeah, well, the thing is that and this is something that me and Obsidian used to go back and forth with, right? Is that he's saying that we're gonna have to change the system so that black men and women can get together and horse trade, right, and figure out what we're gonna do, right? I'm like, Obsidian, I get you, okay, but from my vantage point, I have to accept them the way they are. You're gonna have to move on. But he disagreed, right? That's where the table came from, man. Get them back to the table, negotiate, and
Unfortunately,
they will
this is
bend the
where a
knee.
lot
I
of
mean
them are at.
that
right now.
whole
Go ahead.
whole table was based on a lot of things that don't exist anymore.
Mhm.
And
never
a lot of things we don't want to exist. Well,
Yeah,
I mean, for example, Jim Crow.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can get her to operate at a so-called table when folks
With
might
masks on their
be
neck.
burning crosses in front of your house.
Yeah.
She probably will. You probably can get her to go along with your program then.
Yeah.
But I mean, in this current, much more integrated and multinationally integrated environment, she ain't. What table you holding her to?
Yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened in '61 when they finally allowed black women to federally have welfare and have the
Right.
same
I'm
rights
gonna
that
tell you what.
white women had. Go ahead.
When black women don't even dress to attract you, you already knew what it was.
Yeah.
When black women said, "I'm gonna be fat and accept me for who I am,"
Yeah, they don't care about you. Yeah.
Don't give a
Shout
fuck.
out to
You're relative.
Mississippi Delver. Both my
And
nephews are dating Latinas. They
Do I
live
care?
in Colorado.
Do I care for Latinas?
You have to
Because
take the Russian military approach.
I'm
You
gonna
got you got to take the same approach that Russia's taking with Ukraine.
okay, but
Any
that's true.
negotiations, we're gonna handle this shit on the battlefield.
But you know how long it took the Russians ideology to get there. They started in basically 1100 AD. Okay, that's how long it took.
Let me
Okay?
put it to you this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you look at these current crop of women, and I just got finished talking to one of my exes, and I said this is the reason why the dating world sucks. I don't like nasty, aggressive, fast women. And she was like, "What if you tell?" I said, "Look." She was like, "How did we get along?" Because normally you would fight, but you would look at me if I'd be like, if I had to tell you shut the fuck up, guess what you would do? You would shut up. And you would know if I told you that, it's not out of a place of hatred. It's like, yo, you need to really shut up. Look what's going on.
But say it's bad, Charles. My cousin, who's a butch lesbian, is talking about how aggressive these new generation of women are. I'm like, God damn, you talking about how bad the women are.
Hey, you know, Jesse, we from Louisiana, man. You know how aggressive Louisiana women are.
I mean,
what I thought
especially
about,
New Orleans.
Oh, shoot, man. Okay, I'll tell you a story about my grandmother, right? Because she used to tell me these stories when I was little, right? And she was born in like 1909, 1910, right? Okay. When she was young, she used to carry a razor in her bosom, right? And her favorite weapon was a double bit axe, or a double-sided axe, okay? She told me about how she used to chase her husbands down the street, right? My aunt told me how she used to shoot at her husband, okay? I was just recently my little niece was visiting, right? And she's telling me about my niece, but my cousin, okay, my cousin's daughter, right? My cousin's granddaughter was telling about her mother, and her father is from Dominican, right? And she was telling me the story of how come her mother and father aren't together. It's because he's fast and loose with the girls, right? And you know, Louisiana women don't play that shit, right? She tried to put his head through a fucking wall. Okay. This is black women. Go ahead.
Ask about like how can we fix it, right? And then you were saying like, man, you know, it's gonna take a lot, right?
Enlighten me.
What I was saying is this, man. Just I've seen this, you know, and it was a lady that I know for sure. She works HR. She's high up in middle management. Let's just say that she's a black woman. She came from the hood. Let's just say that, you know, and she was, you know, feeling all of the different points that we're speaking on right now. And then as it gets to now, her kids are obviously grown. She's about 50, almost 60. Still looks good. Black don't crack. She's still a nice looking lady.
Okay.
And
The point.
She's got a lot of older kids now. So her sons, right? Her sons are starting to now feel the effect of the women that they're dealing with. And she, in her mind,
when you say effect, what does that? When you say effect, what does that mean?
Basically, one of his baby mamas basically did some different crimes. Let's just say that.
Okay.
And we're fighting in the courts in order to get the child back. And the mother was like, I can't believe that this woman would do this. And she had to fight so hard. And she was like, man, where did we get to this point at? And even then, she didn't realize that she was actually indulging into that same ideology that got us there. And once it's all said and done, she had to go back and fight that same ideology in order to get the kids back from the irresponsible mother. And then she saw what we were saying, you know, earlier, where it's very hard for them to combat against that, because if you got the 2-year-old child twerking the Cardi B, then grandmama is playing hard, you know, it's hard to teach that, you know, and then you see that further down the line where now the kids are grown and they're dealing with these women and you're having to clean up this stuff. And a lot of these women,
How do you clean it up once it's been embedded in them? You know, from their the people that are around them, their mother, their grandmother, their aunties. How do you clean it up?
Well, you know, if grandmother has reformed and got in her mind, okay, she can raise that new generation to not be in that way. You know,
Okay. So,
it's toxic.
if she does it, right? Okay. But the thing, how many are so? In other words, she said clean it up. Okay, she had to raise them differently, right? So that means the current generation of women current generation of women that are already fucked up had to become unfucked up to raise the new generation, right?
Pretty much.
Okay. So in other words, if you look at Cardi B, Sexy Red, all these other women, right? Look at what's her name? Even Angel Reese wearing booty shorts, right? Okay. Why is she wearing booty shorts? Because
she wearing less than that, but okay, let me shut up.
What I'm saying is, why is she doing that? Because she's selling clothes to females, okay? Those are her fans. They like this shit, okay? All men don't watch Love and Hip Hop, okay? They don't. Who watches that shit?
They do.
I don't.
They do.
I'm gonna tell you what it is, man. There was a wise prophet, almost biblical. He's worthy to be. He should be held as in the great esteem as biblical prophets. He said, "Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Stop acting like these bitches want answers. They don't. Grandma can't save them because grandma's in the club with them too. You think grandma ain't enticing a little 30-year-old man to fuck her 60-year-old ass? See, the reason why grandma never noticed it, because guess what? I bet you $100 this week. She was doing the same shit to their father. She wasn't preaching, go get a good woman. She wasn't preaching, oh, I'm a wife. Where was her husband?
Yeah.
Ask her that.
You talk about grandma, Charles. I just seen a video of a black lady with a head full of gray hair shaking her ass at the Chris Brown concert.
I
I'm
mean,
like, what
you got fucking Kamala Harris playing Cardi B, okay?
I mean, think about it.
That's 3 generations.
And you just had Kamala Harris have who she have on stage at a rally?
Megan Thee Stallion.
And she's running for president.
And think
Okay.
about it, right?
See,
I want you to
I'm
think
still
about-
waiting on Van Jones to give the solution.
You got motherfuckers.
No, I mean we got a brother here say he's got a solution. Are we gonna change this stuff?
We don't.
Wait a minute.
No, he just said
you're actually waiting on Van Jones to try?
No, the brother right here said he has a way we can actually fix this. I'm waiting on the solution.
I'm trying to hear it.
Well, all right. Let's go back. Let's go back shortly, right? To we just said grandmas, right? So we know for sure we see 3 generations. We got the grandbaby, we got the mama and the grandmama at the club right now, right? Which typically did not happen. From my grandmama, you know, when she seen us going to the club as men, as young men, she like stay away from that club. Anything after 12 o'clock ain't nothing open but a club and some legs, and them women is not what you want. You know what I'm saying? So that at least we had them grandma, but them grandmas we know now is dead. And we got these new set of grandmamas who is at the club with them. Now that's not saying for all of them, but even then, even on a passive thing where they will allow their young children to listen to this progressive music, as they call it. I don't call it music, I call it indoctrination theater.
Okay.
But you know,
are we gonna get to the solution anytime in the next 5 minutes?
Maybe the solution, and I can't say that it is the solution, brother. But what
I want to listen for a solution.
But what I would say is this: the women who have come to that conclusion, who are the grandmothers,
okay,
when they are actually in there fighting into the system, actually seeing some of this stuff, that where they say, well, you know what, we need to go ahead and fight for some of these rights for our sons, at least. What some of them need to be actually brought up and actually supported, because they are actually the ones at the end of the day, right, in charge of the kids, the grandchildren. So
the sons,
the women in the community who have these children, who have the grandchildren, that's Big Mama now, and the ones that's actually seeing that, hey, you know, these the young whippersnapper broads y'all messing with ain't worth a damn. You need to get you a different woman.
How did the women? Okay, I want to know what she's like when she's a grandma. How did the women, the girls that she raised, becoming the women that out there in the club doing all that kind of shit? How would they get that way?
Well, encouraging. Not only are they encouraging the behavior, but they're participating in the behavior. And
okay, listen to me. I'm listening to my question again, right? Okay, you're saying that the grandmas are seeing a different way, blah blah blah. How did the women that are mamas right now, because they were little girls, right? They were babies when grandma had her, right? How did she get this way to where she's out there in the club doing all this ratchet stuff? How
she may very well have seen grandmother do that at a younger age, and it wasn't the Cardi B's then. It might have been the Little Kims, or it might have been the
so how you go back and retrofit that after the woman's, after she's 18, 20, 25, 30? How do you go back and retrofit that?
Well, the ones that you can save, you got to save. And those women need to be brought up and shown as an example so that we can at least have an example of that.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Have you seen any examples of these kind of savior projects?
Oh, hell no.
No. Let me answer the question.
I have not seen an example of it, no more than what we're speaking of it now. But what I'm saying is that the women who are, and this isn't a personal thing. We all have women in our family.
All right, brother. With all due respect, you gonna kind of go on. I mean, the reason why I asked you, you hear me? The reason why I asked you that question is, we need to try to start to visualize some shit actually happening, man. Some of this stuff is so theoretical and conceptual, but I always think it's interesting how with all these women who like you say have come to Jesus, I haven't seen any great projects of cleaning this shit up that has manifested amongst any of these women. Have you?
Because they don't talk like that. See, women, they'll talk about.
I'm just saying, I don't care if they're talking or not. I'm just saying, where are we seeing them? Where are they? We should see them.
They're not gonna stick their head up because they're gonna get it stomped down.
If they won't stick their head up, they're not gonna fix it.
Right.
That's the point. That's why I said that's the whole point of what I said.
It's not gonna get fixed.
They're not.
Waste of time.
Tell you why. When you got
listen, man, we ain't got no time for this shit.
What type of women is
God damn it! We got 6 years. You got 6 years to get your money and get your ass out the country.
Yeah, that's probably true. But
you got to 2030.
Okay. It basically, if any cultural change, right, especially if it's major, right, takes about anywhere from 80 to 100 years. Okay. Any cultural change, right? This embedded system that we've been on automatic pilot goes back 200 years. Okay. So in other words, unless you have a massive change, you got a massive plan where all these women are actually gonna get on board, right? Basically, you have no shot of changing this shit in the next 56 years, okay, until it decays.
Good luck changing this.
And as a woman, there's a balance to be struck between being tough and being a bitch.
Oh my God.
That's sophisticated shit. Yeah, but this what I'm saying is over the past 10 years, man, I read too much. I've gone back too much in history. I traced the stuff where it came from, what still goes on, right?
Right.
Even the so-called educated, enlightened chicks are still on the same bullshit. How you gonna change this shit, man?
And we 60 years deep in.
That's what I'm asking. Go ahead.
They very well are, brother, and we see that, in practice and in the field. The only way to change it would be like you said, metaphorically, asteroid hitting, right, and resetting it all. But we know that that's not gonna happen.
So in other words, so now for black men, what's our freaking solution?
All right. Well, for what we can do as black men, and me being a father, you know what I'm saying? I'm raising
I understand that, but I'm saying as a black man, the majority of black men, what's your solution?
My solution is this: if you have a daughter, you need to be able to teach her these things. Okay. For example, you don't want her ever looking at. My daughter told me one thing she said about her mother, and it really touched my soul. And she said, I saw how they were using me for money, and I didn't like it. You know what I'm saying? And she said exactly that. She said, I don't want no handout from the government. I don't want no food stamps. I don't want none of that. All I want to do is go to school, get my degree, and be better than all of my parents and my grandparents. I want to be better. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like,
you know
okay.
how long this for you? You know how long that's been? You know how long that idea has been around? A little over 100 years, okay? Pauli Murray, what's her name? Toni Morrison. They all said the same shit. That was back in the 30s and 40s, okay?
I mean, you basically that's the Oprah Winfrey ethos, brother.
Ethos. What has changed?
Who could actually? Who could you actually? You know, as far as women are concerned, who can you actually sway and actually turn them to the right mindset? And for me, as being a father,
at this point,
the main
brother,
person I could do it is my children, my
And,
daughter.
okay. The only way to change this shit. The only way to change this shit is bring in women with another culture that's already been embedded. Okay,
I'd agree.
The only way to change this shit. In other words, the only way to change this shit is for every black man not to marry an ADOS black woman. You get your woman from Ghana, you from South Africa, wherever else.
Ding, 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 ding.
Outside of the
Yeah.
culture that will bring your daughter and your children a different culture. Okay, it's not.
We have a winner.
No, I gotta say,
I disagree with what you're saying, brother.
This is the problem, right? This is the problem.
Way. That's the only way.
Well, let me add something to this, please.
Well, what you're saying, Van Jones, is that
wait a minute.
you're saying you're going to teach.
Jesse, hold on, wait a minute.
Is something choppy, or is it just on my?
No, you're choppy. You're choppy.
Yeah, you're choppy. Right. No, look, the table talk was had. Kevin Samuels had the table talk.
AB was trying to say something.
I thought he was.
No. Go ahead, Jules. That's what I was.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jules.
That's what I thought I heard him say. No. Kevin Samuels had the table talk for 3 years straight, and he couldn't get these women to take off their bonnet, smile, put on a little makeup, not a lot of makeup, take off the lashes, tone down the weave. And it killed him. It was a stressor. It was hilarious. It was horrifying to watch. And to say that something else is going to do it, and that was the biggest moonshot in the world. And he pierced the veil of all of this stuff. And a lot of men got woken up that they are not going to change. They do not want to change.
They don't want to change.
They want you to take them as they are, with their children, with their baggage, with their baby daddies, with their debt, with their degrees that they don't have, with the debt that they have from trying to get those degrees, with their shitty jobs, with their bad attitudes, and go along with their plan, because they have a plan that they've been passing on generation to generation, and the men don't, because the men have been excised to be sperm donors or wallets,
workhorses, or
workhorses. The table talk has been held. I understand what the thing is. I understand you might have a better shot with. You will have a better shot with a lot of other communities, but it ain't gonna happen with this one. You can try. And I hope I hope every man who does try gets to spend 18, 20, 30 years in a nice family, raising your children, daughters, sons, whatever, and you die happily together, or at least liking each other.
Like Ur.
But it's not
Ur's an outlier. Yeah.
Exactly. But it's not the standard. It's not going to be. Not in this lifetime or the next one.
And Ur's actually living, I can't speak to him completely, but he's actually living that reality, right? But even though he's an outlier, he knows he's an outlier.
Well, okay? and there were some important, differences. Like all of my wife's elder women, they were all married till literally death do you part. I mean, like the aunts, the grandmothers, the mothers, the aunts, they were like all. I'm trying to think, did any of them divorce? They all married. And yeah, I think they all she's got an aunt that's still around. Her mom's gone, but she's got an aunt. She's a widow. So she was from a family of women, and her sisters are married. She was from a family of women. They marry and they just stay married. And they ain't necessarily nice women and nice people. Some of them are bitches, but they gonna stay married. That's what you're supposed to do. And they were kind of hardcore Pentecostal, you know, sanctified girls kind of thing. So it was like,
they believe in the old contract, huh?
Holy rollers,
you know,
huh?
you just stay together. You just stay together. Maybe somebody got a different bedroom or whatever, but you know, you don't divorce. You know, you don't break up your family. You know, you stay together. So I was a beneficiary of that. You know, if it would have been up to me, I'd been divorced.
So Black Rule, what you're saying is, I call them holier than thou.
Yeah.
But you know, but they weren't. To their credit, and even the one that's still around, they weren't religiously pompous women.
Okay,
they were devout. They were devout and faithful, and charitable people and dutiful people. I don't know if I ever heard any of them swear, for example. So they were very, you know, they were very righteous people, and so even though there were some moments where, you know, my wife could have gotten out of there sooner rather than later, she would have had to deal with them. It wasn't me. She was gonna have to deal with. She was gonna have to deal with them. You know, so but that's a particular kind of infrastructure that very few black men will enjoy, you know, in a marriage.
I'm just to the point where a lot of people just need to admit it for my generation, give up. And people say Latinas, and I'm just like, Latinas are trying to be black women slowly but surely any damn way. So, you especially any woman who touches, as soon as they touch on American soil, they know what's up.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Charles,
yeah.
Is that the loss of hope I hear?
I've never had it.
You never had it.
That's a good one. I never had it, huh?
Never had it.
Don't live right here.
Never had it. Let's be honest. I never had it. You think that I'm more likely to medal in the next Olympics in wrestling than to find a suitable black woman in America? And you see, the problem is this: black men look at relationships as I might as well, not what I get out of this.
Mm-hmm.
I hope y'all tune in to my live stream tomorrow when I talk about 20-year-olds should not have 40-year-old problems.
Mm.
And a lot of
No, go ahead. Finish. I'll go after you.
And a lot of times I had to say this to a lot of people in their 20s. Look, there's a reason why I carry my shit the way it is. Because one, I put enough time to my military service and police service. I have enough ass to back me. You don't have any ass because you're beginning. Why are you putting on these stressors when you haven't even built the foundation to what your life is supposed to be? And when I look at the future of black women today, I go to their mothers, their grandmothers, and then I go to the third party, their fathers. What impact did he have? Was he there? Did he hold any real power? I'm pretty sure BGS and Uber could talk to their daughters in a way that the mothers could not.
Yeah. But we also have to kowtow to the gynocracy too, because you know, you have to pick your spots. I mean, Uru's probably different, but I knew how to pick my spots to where I can inject things, because they run shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I live it. They run shit.
And it's funny because of when people come to my house, they like, wow, it feels like, you know, a man doesn't like I said, look, I'm not gonna allow a woman to come into my house and run shit, because that's all you want to do is run shit. You don't really want to be a part of a plan. You just want a nigga to fit the bill.
And frankly, why would I take, like I told my ex, why would, I said, let me ask you this question. Why would niggas take such a bad deal? I said, really?
They don't think it's a bad deal.
When you look at a lot of these chicks who are single mothers, are their children properly raised? The answer is fuck and no.
No.
You don't want that bad deal.
Right.
But they think that, oh, my kids are so good, you can love my kids. Fuck your kids. Why you say that, Charles? The fuck they benefit me for? Somebody is going to benefit for the legacy of that kid, not me.
Charles, it's fuck them cubs.
I said it the way I said. Fuck them kids. Fuck them on a primordial level.
Yeah.
I would approach their children differently in this regard, because my approach would be, look, those are some other man's children. They're his responsibility. They're his legacy. They're his birthright. They're his.
Mm-hmm.
It's an intrusion for me to get involved with his legacy. It's dishonoring to him. It's dishonoring to me. So I'm not going to intrude or impart whatever I got going on or want to have going on onto these people who belong to this other man. That's how I view that whole thing.
I agree with you. I just wanted to say something real quick. Okay. I understand where the brother's coming from. I've heard this, man, my whole fucking life, right? I'm 60 some odd years old, man. I'm tired of people asking fucking black men to be crash test dummies for this culture. Okay?
Preach it.
I am tired. I refuse to do it. I am pro-black, pan-African to the gills. Anybody that's heard me knows that I am certified. Okay, been certified for the last 40 years. Pan-African, pro-black, been there, done there, went to the meetings, read the fucking books. Okay, 100%. Stomp down, still do this shit. Right? I will not ask black men to be crash test dummies for this shit no more. Okay, will not.
And I agree, brother. And I think that what we do here, especially a lot of young brothers engage in content that is for them, right? To say, hey, look, don't do that. Don't be a stepdaddy. And I'm here to say, I've heard a lot of that now out of the young brothers. They're like, man, I ain't gonna be no stepdaddy. These talking points are generated by people like us. So, in my idea, I say to create a stronger black family unit and address the issues like out of wedlock births, right? That's basically what it is. We got to focus on promoting what we all, come to find where it works.
Who's in control of out of wedlock births is not the goddamn men. Who's in control of that shit?
Of course. That's why I say we got to focus on promoting the family values, right? Education. You feel me? Shit like that. We got to.
Promotion does not erase culture, man. It just does it. I don't know how I don't know where you guys even see that shit. Promotion does not erase culture, okay?
I gotta ask something. I remember
or you can just get with a woman. Or you could just
wait a minute. All right, shout out to Julia, shout out to Tori, and shout out to Shadow Star for the cash apps. Okay, continue.
Or you can just get with a woman that already has those values.
If you want it. Yeah. I was just saying that we do play a crucial role by advocating for positive role models. We do supporting that, relationship education.
Show me where. Show me where.
We do. I mean, the fact that we're sitting here now having this conversation, you don't think that influences younger brothers to not make the mistakes that some of the older brothers made? You don't think that's making a impact? I see it in some of the younger brothers now, where they're not sitting down and being those.
I've been doing this.
Here's the problem.
Do you know what the answer is, man? Basically, what we do here is we line up with the environment, okay? The environment will make you do shit, right? We don't make them do nothing, okay? We don't go out there on the street corner proselytizing this is what you should do, right? Okay? You already made the motherfucking mistake. The thing is, you want the answer, okay? The answer is pick the woman with the culture that you want, okay?
Yeah.
Whatever that is. If she black, then you got to put up with that shit, okay?
Ding.
Okay. If you want a submissive passive woman that will help you and pour into you, and then she ain't gonna be black. Okay.
Yeah.
You ain't trained that way, okay? And you're not going. I don't care. You look at these chicks that are in office, right? They expect the man to pour into them, okay? They still you have them talking down to you. Joy Reid and Kamala Harris and Stacey
Simone
Abrams and
Sanders.
all these people talking down to you, just like mommy and you, just like a chick down in the prize used to doing, right? That's in the fucking culture. That's what they teach this shit in the fucking college, okay?
Yeah, we know
the problem, man, is you have no means of countering that is in any way commensurate with what BGS present. I mean, they have all the guns, they have all the nuclear bombs, you know. Now, I mean, you don't have any of that. So what you propose is naive, and I'm using that term. Forgive me. Maybe I should use another term.
I'm not fatalistic, but I think
my point is you're being naive because of the enormity of the task, and that enormity being that you have so little to at your behest to counteract all of what's on their side. It's a kamikaze mission. It's a what do you call the mission or whatever? You won't win. You can't do
Suicide.
it.
Oh, Kobayashi Maru.
It's a Kobayashi Maru. It's a suicide mission. It's a kamikaze mission. You will not win. You will, you will not survive.
Jesus.
And you will not survive the effort, because what we've seen is when there have been a certain number of brothers or certain brothers who have put up some efforts against this Leviathan, they've gone away.
Yeah.
I mean, we could ask about one of them famously associated with this environment, God rest his soul. I have views about. So it's not even just about what you can do. It's really about what you really risk attempting to do it. Like, it's a real risk attempting to do it.
Yeah, anything that comes with a great ending, you're gonna have to put some risk in it. You're gonna have to put some time, some sweat equity. Yes, mentorship is important. Okay. I've been there, with some of the
now you talking kind of okay, brother. I'm saying you finna go toe to toe with Thanos. That's what I'm telling you. You get ready, and he's got the vibranium sickle or whatever the hell that thing is that he used to cut Captain America. That's what you going against.
You're talking about the big stomper. You're talking about the magician with the words. You're talking about all the villains in the coterie of Thanos. That's what you're talking. Like, I gotta tell you, man. Like,
my nephew had the same problem, brother. My nephew had that same problem, and I told him he was great, man. He signed up for Blinn. U of H was wanting him. They want him to go to Blinn. U of H was going, and he was talking to one of my girl at the time sisters, and I said, hey man, do not get that girl pregnant because it's going to mess up.
What happened? What happened?
He winds up getting her pregnant.
So in other words, you warned him, didn't you?
Right.
No. Hold on a second.
No. That's why I'm
you mentored. Did you not mentor him?
That's what I'm saying.
Did you not mentor him? Hold on a second. Did you not mentor him?
Listen, what I'm telling you. I was in the process of trying to get him to understand, do not get my little sister-in-law pregnant.
And what happened?
And he wind up, like I said, I'm not in control of him.
No, what happened? No, I don't want to hear all that. No, I don't control him. No. What happened? You mentored him.
He winds up, listen. I'm giving to you, bro.
We'll get to it, man. Come on, man.
Listen. He winds up getting her pregnant.
Okay.
Now, once, and a lot of people have to hit their head, boss. Just like if you're a coach, you know this, right? So he hit his head. And he came back. He
already hit the iceberg already.
He came back to me and said, "Man, you was right." And I'm like, I'm not telling you this so I could be right, my brother. I'm telling you this so that you don't have to make the same mistakes that I've seen
And
other
he
brothers
did it
go down.
anyway.
Right.
He hit his head against her
Okay,
cervix.
okay. You know what we do here? It's not mentioned. We actually cut a path out, okay? A way out, okay? We're not trying to lead you back into it. We're trying to lead you away from it, okay? We're trying to lead you away out.
I mean,
okay?
really, the most practical thing
He
could
wants
do-
us to go down with the ship. That's what he wants.
If anything,
He
sometimes
wants us to go down with the ship.
Yeah, y'all don't mind if I go black pill.
Go ahead, man.
Could you
I'm gonna go real
drop
black.
down, please? I think Ed's trying to get in.
I'm gonna go real black pill, but I'm gonna get.
That room, I'll put you back up.
And I'm gonna just say this, right?
Just drop him down. You can put him back up later.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be black pill about this shit. You can't save every fucking body.
Say it again, black man. Say it again.
You can't. People say, well, that's fucked up. I remember the Padawan was working armed security at this liquor store and a person died. I said, it's fucked up business. He's like, yeah, I had to look into his eyes and comfort him. I said, imagine that was somebody you loved and cared about. It's 1,000 times worse. He's like, well, it would be the same. I said, trust me, kid. He's like, well,
Gotta get in now.
He's like, that's kind of cold. I said, well, that's the reality of life.
The whole panel's full?
Oh, it should be.
I'm asking
it's
AB.
space for one more.
No, ask AB because he can see it.
Yeah, I
The
just dropped Pookie.
Just kick him and bring him back later.
Okay.
And what basically boils down to it is that, look, if the motherfucker is gonna get this chick pregnant after you warn him not to do it, and he had a promising career to do whatever, you let the chips fall where they lay. You can't save everybody. Hell, I had to tell the Padawan. You trying to help other people. Where the fuck? I said, think about it. When you didn't have a place to stay, where the fuck? How many people gave a fuck about you?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem with black men. You're trying to save the whole fucking world. Nobody gives a fuck about you. But guess what? As soon as you as soon as you think about yourself, everybody's gonna look at you and guilt trip your dumb ass. That's so fucked up. You should save us. No, nigga. Think about it. My niece just had her 5th and 6th child 2 days ago.
Lord.
And I'm like,
wait a minute, Chuck. Just a couple years ago, you told her she was on number 3. She added 2 more to the fold.
She has 1 that's not even 1 yet. And she has 2 more. She just had 2 more.
Wow. Okay.
Damn. I'm just, so my father was like, well, you can't do
the government thanks her.
I said that my father.
For the middle.
I looked at my father right in the damn eyes. I said, look here. I said, we know it's up. And I said the same words that I'm telling you. You know it's some motherfucking bullshit if I'd have came to your black ass with 6 kids.
Yeah.
I said, so stop your bullshit. First of all, you ain't married not 1 out of 3 of those men you had kids by. And you think it's cute. I said, shorty, you lucky. If my mother and father wants to help you, guess what? That's on them.
Why do they help her?
I keep telling them, the more you help
No, understand. Why do
because they feel sorry for her.
Oh, okay. In other words, they agree. In other words, you tacitly agree with what she's doing.
Yeah, and that's what I told him. I said, you agree. And just like I'm the only person in the family got in her ass about it. I said, well, she was like, people make mistakes. Leaving your fucking car keys in the car is a mistake. Leaving your fucking wallet.
Here's the danger.
I had two daughters. They had 1 child apiece. And I told them, after this one, you're on your motherfucking own. Okay? One is 1.
I said, I tell people all the time, I'm one of them cold-hearted motherfuckers. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of every goddamn. I said,
yeah.
Nah, why did you marry him?
Well, and one of them have a bachelor's, the other one has a master's. Okay, so they are quote unquote. If you when black girl talk, they're successful people. Okay.
But see, BG, also you gotta look at it too, brother, because like I said, I had reached out to that younger brother, right? And my nephew, I was trying to help him out, and he went down the wrong path. But then at the same time, my godson, this is what I'll tell you. This is what I'll tell you.
I want before you even go there, man. Because hold on a second. The only way to do that is remove him from the environment. It's the only way to do it. Okay.
So
if you leave him around those women, the same shit's gonna happen. Okay. Go ahead.
This one say on my godson, okay, because everybody don't receive the same teaching in the same way.
I understand.
You know, so with my godson, right? I explained him to that. Now they was over there. His mother was, on drugs. We had been trying to get him away. We was trying to get him away from that. You know what I'm saying? He was smart. He was a good fella.
Okay.
I seen it in him. He was trying to get away from that. They wind up selling his Xbox. I mean, taking all his stuff, pawning it for drugs.
Why don't you just take it?
Finally, listen.
Just take it?
Listen. I'm giving you the story now. So I said, hey man, look, you know what? I'm gonna just go ahead and adopt you because I see where the situation is going.
Okay.
You're smart. Okay. I don't want you to be over there with her. I love her to death, but she on that dope. And so what he was like, well, look, you know what? I don't care no more. I'm gonna sit up here and I said, man, I don't want you to go to the state. Because the state, they put you on drugs. They gonna have y'all up in here with these crazy people.
All right, okay.
You ain't built for that, And I reached him. You know what I'm saying? I was basically his football coach at the time. And he was
how old was he at the time?
I'm gonna go and do it anyway.
How old was he? Dude, you have to listen to us.
He was about 14.
That's too late.
15. So what happened was
hold on a second.
So what happened was
hold on.
All right,
not a story, man.
I told him to go to the military. I told him to go to the military.
All right. Finish the story, man.
I'm trying. I'm giving you. I'm trying to land the plane here.
No.
So he goes, and he actually takes my advice. Okay, he goes and signs. He take care of his business. He go get him a little Mustang with his little bonus. He get him a Mustang, and then Navy pick him up. Okay, he's cybersecurity. He did his deployment. So he was on a destroyer. He came back. Next thing you know, he did his 4 years. He got married. He's now a car salesman in Austin, making big money and doing a great deal. So mentorship does help.
Nobody. Okay. Oh man, like I got a mentor. I got a mentor. Look, keep in mind.
You got who is that?
It ain't me.
Jack Ziegler.
It's AL.
Okay.
All right. So, I got a white woman that's she ain't my direct mentor, but she has this thing called so what's. And keep in mind, I know I talk. So like a lot of so what's, you gotta take the so what's out of what you're saying. And Lord knows I need to work on that. But damn. Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. That's great that worked out for him. But the thing about it is the lack of mentorship is not why we're here. I'm gonna be careful with my wording because this is not my platform, because I'd say it a lot directly. I'm gonna say it this way. If you want to say that black men are like what black men need to do, the shit we need to do to fix it, it can be fixed. The shit we need to do to fix it, who are you willing to go to jail? No, I'm not.
I get what you're saying.
I'm not even being funny.
I know you're not being funny.
For example, you can go to jail for even corporal punishment now with kids. Or their kids can. That's where we are now. So even women can. Well, yeah. Well, you depend on the state. You're absolutely right, and depending on how much guardian light is going to be in your ass. But so we know. I remember I was asked a question by Amira. This Lebanese chick, and she asked me, do you believe that men should be able to discipline their wives? And I said no, because I said I'm not going to jail.
Wait, no, she didn't ask discipline. She asked to hit.
No, she said discipline. She said that once I followed up. My point is,
okay,
the consequences of what can happen has to be more than what they're doing. And the thing is, in which you're demonstrating, you can't talk your way out of them. They have to understand that the consequences are severe and there's not a goddamn thing they can do about it. This is why they respond to white dudes differently, because they know if white men do something to them, they're not going to get G-checked like if a black man does that same thing. They understand that. So, and sometimes they crash out. So the thing is, the problem is the women need to be removed from the equation. And when I say that, what I mean is the tender, as BGS talks about the 10 years doctrine, the men have to have control of the children. Like they have to have, that's the difference between the Muslims. That's the key difference between the Muslims and us. When that woman wants to pop off, guess what? She can leave. The kids belong to me. And so feeding it into the story,
when they're weaned.
And so feeding it into the story that you gave, a lot of that would have been a lot easier had that been the case. And then keep in mind, you were only able to do that because she was on drugs and that was like straight up known. If that's not the case, if it's a money issue, you're not getting them damn kids unless she gives them up. Like it has to be like an overwhelming situation like that.
We had already did that, man. CPS had took him and then had brought him back.
We understand that, like, because a lot of people got a lot of experience with like in different levels of it. So we get what you're saying, but ultimately, that is a Herculean. You're not going to save every dude doing that because, truth be told, the government would rather see them kids die in that woman's hands than give them up most of the time. They these women have control of these kids for a reason. It's not like, okay, if they're just crashing out, they may give them up, but they most likely not. So it's this thing about if you just mentor them. Like, for instance, dudes have tried to put together mentoring camps. They've gotten grants from the government to do that.
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Van. Do you know why those don't typically work?
A mentoring program started by the government?
No, started by black men. They will give governments. The government will give grants for it. Meaning, the government say this is a great idea. I will actually put money in behind this. Do you know why they don't work? Or why they start, but then they dissipate after some time?
Because if the nonprofit that's doing, I imagine it's a nonprofit because it's getting grants, so they would have a nonprofit. So I imagine once the money would dry up, then some of those false mentors.
That's a good answer, but that's not the answer. The reason why is because what happens is they're successful. Meaning when them boys come in that camp, they come back changed. And when they come back changed, the women are not able to manipulate them and control them. Not that they don't listen to their mothers. Not that they don't listen. Not that they just are disrespectful, but they are this thing that they cannot control in the same way. And what the women start doing is pulling it out, bitching about the camps, lying, getting the shit fucked up. Because the women want the men to raise the kids under their specifications. And men are not going to do that when they're volunteering their time. Now, if you had a kid with this chick, you'll probably be more lenient in that, even though there'll be a push and pull. But if you just somebody when you ain't got kids and you putting your time in there, just like you said, you were a coach. I got a question. As a coach, do you think women can coach boys better than men?
You know what? I would say no, specifically dealing with combat sports.
Sir, I'm looking for a hell to the motherfucking no. Even Alan Roger Curry said that shit, and he's not, like.
But see, most women, if you notice, and see, this has changed over the time with CTE.
Sir, I gave you a 1 + 1 is 2 thing.
These women now don't even want the kids to even play the sport. So what you're saying is absolutely true. There would never be a coach of a violent sport at all, and they could never be.
That's the question that he asked, though.
Even the thing is, even a coach. Let's say you got a matriarchal coach where he believes these women can be saved and all of that. Even if I ask him that question, he's gonna give me generally a no.
This is what I'm saying about the worldview about this. This is why I had to get away from the so-called pro-blackism, right? I'm not saying I'm not involved, but say I had to get away from it. Right. Is because this is the worldview, right? What you're trying to do is teach men to actually survive in a fucked up system. That's what you're trying to teach boys to do. Okay, go back, learn how to operate in this fucked up gynocracy that black women have created. That's what you're trying to teach them to do. Not change it, but survive in it.
Yeah, and that's why. And the thing is,
don't get her pregnant, get married, get you a good job, blah blah blah, and learn how to navigate in the fucked up system, right?
Yeah, and the truth is, you don't understand that in the long run, you're actually putting your daughters in a situation where they're going to be absolutely fucked. Like, and this is 0 hour. This is not Xers. This is not millennials. What these Zs, I think your daughter was an alpha. What they're gonna have to deal with and come across, because now they're bringing a whole bunch of quote unquote migrants in here, women in here. It's not as lethal. You know, these white boys don't want you know, these white women dealing with black men, but they don't care as much about non-whites unless they're agents, but non-whites dealing with black men. So these same like locks that black men were under, they're not under it like that. So the environment these women are gonna come into, black men are not even going to look at them unless they're busted.
You know, because I asked the suggestions to my mentor and she laughed, right? And she laughed even though she, you know, she said she was saying that's too hard a task, right? Easiest way to have to change black culture is really simple. Okay, if you can get every person with a child to do it, right? Have the kids go study at least 2 or 3 hours a day. If you just do that from the time the kid is 4 years old to the time the kid gets out of high school, you have changed black culture forever. Okay,
yeah, but that's not going to happen.
But it's not going to happen. Okay.
Well, see, that's a perfect example, man. Because, like I said, as my daughter came up and she would do schoolwork, man, and she would give me some of her math stuff, and I like to think that I'm pretty damn smart, and she'd give me her stuff. I said, damn, you know, this stuff done changed a lot since I was in school. So I would go and I would help her. She does coding. So I would help her, obviously, in some of the coding she's doing in Python and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. When she runs it past her mom, she's like, man, I asked my mom to try to help me with it. She just don't want to work with me or nothing, you know. And I sit there and work with my daughter.
So how do you get black people wholesale to do this shit? Okay.
You gotta have, like Charles was saying, you got to have your ass in the game. You got to have some kind of something in the game.
Right? I mean, that's all. We have our ass in the game, right? We're one of the poorest populations in the United States. You have your ass in the game, okay? You're looking for solutions. We don't have no money. We ain't got no big ass country, right? We ain't got no fucking power. The simplest way to do, simplest control that you have is how long your kid studies per day.
That's right. The screen time is a problem too, because the screen time. If they're being indoctrinated by the screen time,
who gives them the screen? Who gives them the screen?
Right, and who
gives them the screen?
The unattentive parent that wants.
So how do you? Okay, all right.
Hold on, wait a minute.
This is what you do. You do what Simone Biles grandfather
I was actually gonna bring that up. Yeah.
Go get you an Asian wife or new wife and have her to help you raise your daughter. That's what you do. Like real talk.
You know what?
That's a real actual plan.
Fuck this.
That's a real actual plan for black people.
No, but black people don't like that plan.
If I was gonna hire a tutor, I would definitely hire an Asian woman.
I'm not talking about hiring a tutor, man. I'm talking about a wife and mother.
And by the way, another thing needs to be said about Simone Biles' grandparents is because she was on drugs, her mom, they ISO'd her mom away from the kids. That's why they trying to make a big deal about like and by the way, F anybody, especially these white places that are trying to act like she owe her mom a goddamn thing.
Don't owe her.
Yeah, because they trying to frame it. So but my point is, let's be real here. How many dudes even got the balls to do that? Like, sir, you strike me as somebody that would be trying to say you need to save her. If somebody was saying we need to ISO these kids and rip these kids, if you have the legal authority away from the mom and kick the mom somewhere and then whatever happens, leave it up to God. You strike me like you be in the camp saying, no, man, we can't leave her out there like that, man. There's got to be something else we can do, man. You wouldn't be in that camp like that. Let's do it.
Yeah, so the thing about it, and I imagine you said it to me, but what I'm saying is this, brother. I have done myself, but I've taken the initiative myself, brother, where I've taken these steps, bro, where I would take my damn kids. I start with mine first. I can help my nephews, my nieces, my cousins, but I got to start with mine first. So I use that as an example on purpose because that is what I respect. You know what I'm saying? I myself had problems in education, and education is very important. And when I showed my daughter how much education was important, she excelled.
How do you scale this though?
Well, you scale it just by what you were saying. You made a good point. 3 hours a day. You know what I'm saying?
I don't understand. That's the principle. How do you scale it so everybody does it?
Well, we need to make it a standard.
How do you do that?
We have to be able to make it a standard by doing it.
Hold on. All right. Hold on. I've been waiting for a minute. Let me get in.
Go ahead.
You mentioned you have to cut down the screen time. Why not use the screen to help with the studying?
Right. Okay.
Because you have to be next to it.
And there's a reason, and there's a specific reason why I'm saying that. A lot of these kids are, whether we like it or not, are growing up looking at the screen. So we're gonna have to find educational resources on the screen to encourage them to learn.
Who's gonna make them do it then?
And there you go. So I bought a VTech. I bought a VTech, right? I bought a VTech for my people, and they had a VTech, and it was like it was structured. It was structured just for that. They didn't have Instagram on there. Didn't have TikTok. Didn't have none of that. It was just for the smaller kids. Teach you how to read.
I bet. I bet if you went and got you an Asian wife, she would take that VTech system and teach your children, your grandchildren, and half of the damn children in the community.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm pretty cool with the Vietnamese community, man. I had one little Vietnamese chick, and I had a Blackanese, and I can't disagree with you. The Blackanese, she was slightly half and half on culture. So, but she still had the mother that was still in her life. She was excelling. I've been with a Vietnamese woman where she actually owned a pho. I hate to say it wrong. I always say it wrong. So I say you saying it wrong. It ain't pho. It's pho. It's pho or whatever. And and you know, it's pho, right? Yeah. It's pho. Country, you know, pho. Like yeah, pho. Right.
So
Go
I got a question, man. Like basically people can deal with this situation or just go SYSBM. My question, and that's why I kind of wanted to low key bring up, you know, this article in the thing, you know, explain to me why, and this is from the Wall Street Journal. You know, shout out to Christian. This is Christian. This is somebody that's on space. He is with, you know, he's been on Bernard. You know, he's in my chat all the time. He's actually featured in Wall Street Journal. He's one of many millennials they featured that's been successful in these trying times. His wife is Asian. Yeah, he's out of Detroit. And so my thing is, he went SYS. He didn't go SYS because he had issue with black women. He was actually trying to date black women, but his wife came to him. It happened the way it happened. So, you know, so my thing is, he owns 25 properties, you know, so he's a very successful brother, very successful brother. My question is, we can either deal with the stuff you talking about, dealing with these women that are playing tug of war women, or dudes can just go get women, whether it's intercultural dating or international dating, or women that are willing to do what needs to be done as a partner, as a wife, in order to rear kids and raise them forward. Why should black men? Because if you hear like I'm from Chicago, so I get it. But when you hear what you're talking about, that shit don't sound like it's worth shit. It's what I'm like. For instance, what I'm hearing out of what you're saying. Number one, you the only. Hold on. What I'm hearing is you the only man around you that has any kind of give a fuck about what's going on about them. Yeah, you know, as far as people around you, kids, whatever. Because I'm not hearing no other dude. It seems like you doing this on your own. And then what I'm hearing is other women that are basically doing what the fuck they want to do.
The reason I was able to come to that realization is because I have had positive mentors in my life. You know what I'm saying? As brothers. So they showed me the way. And sometimes, like you were saying earlier, BGS, where you were saying, you know, you mentored him and then he fucked up. Yeah, I was one of them brothers that didn't.
Yeah, but that's not the real problem. We all have. Everybody on this panel has had mentors, though. Like, is anybody on this panel not had mentors? Anybody on this panel, I've not had black mentors, so we get what you're saying. But one thing I'll tell you too. This Dangerous Minds, out of that movie, Michelle Pfeiffer, where it's like folks are going to just like understand that what you're essentially saying is that men just need to it doesn't matter what women do. They can have as many bastard children and do what they do. The men need to come in and basically raise the boy. That is low-key cuckoldry.
No,
But
that
other groups don't work that way. Other groups of men, if they gotta do that shit, they're gonna advocate for control of the children.
Let me ask you. Let me ask Ed a question about this couple here. Now, when you think when this brother came up with a plan for how he was going to finance his properties, or maybe rehab his properties, or sell or buy, and he came up with some plan how he was going to do it, and where he was going to move money, and what sort of contracts he was going to put together. And he had a conversation with his wife about that. Do you think he had any problem at all getting that woman to do what the fuck he needed her to do?
Yeah. So so I'm gonna answer. The short answer is no. And I'm not gonna. I don't want to tell his business, but let's just say he is of value to her family, and her family is of value to him. It is a very mutually beneficial. There are certain things that are unique that he can do as a black person where he's at, that his family has been, that her family has benefited from, and he's got a solid family too. And then, yeah, so it's interesting because she's Chinese, so it's interesting with kind of the dynamics. But no, the short answer is no. And in fact, one thing he has said is she has said is that one of the things, because she's a nurse. So that's what she does. And she's a part-time nurse because he can take care of everything, but she contributes. Long story short is she knows that she doesn't have to worry about, like, if something happens with them, which is not, but if it does, she knows that he got the kids, as far as how invested he is in the kids and all of that. Is not this thing where, you know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, the short answer is hell no. Like, they're on the same page on all that stuff. And it's one of those things where a lot of dudes, this is where you see where black men are like some of the most involved fathers, and a lot of women value that. That's what the statistics say. That's where you see that in the relationship that they got. But yeah, this article, and I knew about this article actually for a long time. It just recently got published, so it's featuring him and other people. And I got his permission to share it. It's on the Wall Street Journal. The thing that I love about this is all these people always talking about who watches, whether it's ABB, BTS and stuff. These are the type of people that be watching our shit, but they can't put their stuff out there because you know how it is. So we talk that shit for them. So, and this is really talking about wealth when it comes to household income and stuff with millennials and stuff on the successful end. So the answer is no, he doesn't have those problems.
Yeah, I want to emphasize the point of a lot of what black men struggle with in dealing with black women is all of the opportunity cost associated with dealing with all their shit.
Yes.
And how it takes away from so many other things that you could be doing. When you got to be going to court about, you got your child support, you got the custody, you got we are
emotional labor of dealing with their bullshit alone before you get all
we're arguing over children.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, man, because I want to make this totally clear, because Ed had made a good point, and I just want to make this totally clear. And I'm glad you brought that article up, man. That's a great article because it's on the Wall Street Journal, and it's a brother taking care of his business. I see him with his kids and his wife. He got 25 properties. It's a great article to actually explain some of it. What I want to make clear is this. I'm that guy. You know what I'm saying? I have been there with the system. I have to deal with the child support. I paid the child support off. Okay? All of it. The arrearages. I've been to the court. I have been to the overages shit. She find out I get a couple extra dollars. She calling down there, getting license suspended. License suspended in one state, go to the next state, got to get the license again. Trying to go to work, getting stopped by police, getting unrelated charges, having to fight that. I've been there, getting the custody, having to help brothers of mine to show them how to do it because of that.
With all due respect, man. With all due respect,
go through that.
Okay, after back rule, we're going to move on. Go ahead.
Well, let me jump in after that. All of that sounds very valiant, but it's incredibly wasteful.
Yeah.
It's profoundly wasteful. You're
I
talking
just
about years of your productive life and capability and focus and so many other things that you could be doing with yourself. You've been doing all that bullshit, bro.
yeah, and BGS called it, and well, hold on, there is no honor in that. And at the end of the
No,
day, at
no.
the end of the day, I'm gonna just say it. It's irresponsible. No, you did say tell Van, tell your one of the kids you was talking to not get somebody pregnant. So this ain't at you because you get this. But what I'm saying is it's irresponsible to tell a dude to like knowingly tell a dude have kids with a black woman because you want to keep the black race and invest in that. That is it is irresponsible. So a lot of what we say is with dudes that don't have kids, because quiet as it's kept, more black men don't have kids than do. People keep forgetting about that. So telling dudes, telling dudes to deal with a black, which is what BGS was saying, and it's what all of us are saying. Telling dudes to deal with black women. Think about this. Would you ever tell, if you knew somebody had herpes? I won't even say AIDS, had herpes. Would you tell a dude to get involved with that chick if you knew?
Hell no. Hell no.
Okay.
And if they got herpes of the mind, I'm not telling you.
Okay. So it's the same thing. So it's the same thing when you come from 3 generations of single motherhood. That's basically cultural AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that is. And that's essentially what we tell black men to do. Or what we do is we lie by omission and not say nothing. So until they're like, until they already got one kid and they're already plugged in. So now what you're saying sounds a lot better because it sounds like you can dig your way out if you just keep on struggling.
And cultural age.
Okay,
gentlemen,
can we please move on? To go and get with black women. I'm not telling men to go. I've not once said to tell men, black men specifically, to go and get with a black woman just because the future of the race, or just because. I'm not even telling you to stick with your wife if she's cheating on you to keep the kids together. I'm not saying that. I'm advocating, you need to get the custody. Go up there. You show the folks, hey, look, this is what I make. This is my house. You want to come over here and drug test me? Do this here. We're going to do all that. Come on, bring them to the house. Look at my refrigerator. They have, this is what they do. I know this.
Well, what I think they're saying, though, is it's not even about what you're doing specifically, because it sounds like you're stand-up, brother, and you're doing what a lot of other dudes in your position should do, is fight for custody and like sit there and make sure the kid studies and help him with the Python and look up the homework. Like, that's part of what BGS was saying. But I think it goes to the nexus of the root of the problem is you need to choose correctly, so that way these problems don't even become manifest, right?
Right.
Because there's so many other women in other cultures that they have so much aversion to putting their man through that, because they want to keep an intact family. And not only do they want to keep an intact family, they're primed to take less for themselves to ensure that their children and future generations have more, right? And so when you already have that algorithm running, you don't have to, you're fighting for chores or figure out how the money works, or all that stuff becomes easier because they're already primed to make sure you're good, they're good, the children's good, the grandparents are good, your kids are good, the grandchildren are good, and all that stuff, right?
They're also primed to honor their man, because why? They chose that man to procreate with. So for good or bad, you honor that man because that's who you chose. Their culture is different. It's not like baby dad is everywhere, and everybody's still, oh yeah, girl, like Charles was saying earlier, the family. My cousin like that. She had fucking 3 last couple years. Now she got 5, and everybody just, they do all that, come out there.
I'll just end it. AB, I'll just end it right here. This is part of this even connects to the reparations argument that I've even heard of Vet Carnell, and whatever you feel about them, whatever, is that a lot of that reparation money is seed money to grow something bigger, right? And a lot of people are talking about cut the check, and they want to eat the seeds. And that's essentially what's happening when you're dealing with a culture that has cultural AIDS. It's like whatever little bit that you are able to get that's going to grow into something bigger, they just want to eat it now. They just want to go to the club. They want to spend money on frivolous things rather than say, hey, let me take this and invest it and let it grow into something bigger. And that's the difference, right? Where people are eating seeds for nourishment rather than growing the seeds into a tree that will not only feed you, but will feed generations to come if you just wait a little bit, right? And that's a whole different mindset that you can't
Okay,
teach.
all right. That be the last one. We need to move on. Now, McDrama Bear, you asked me to give you your error list earlier.
Yeah.
Right now, I don't have any errors on this particular program, and it is in active development.
That's BS. Everyone's got errors,
But
I
so right
feel
now,
you.
I don't have any. Now, let me be clear. I don't have any errors yet.
Got you.
They can still happen.
Got you.
Even if it compiles and I don't have errors, the program still might break depending on how I code it. So
that's where your debug come in, right? That's where you go back to debug.
Yep.
If you don't debug, I will send Bill Duke down there and have a word with you, man.
Bill Duke.
He gonna be like, now see right there, B. You don't fucked up. You know that, man. You don't fucked up. You know that, right?
But
you know that.
this class right here actually, I'll just show you. This class right here. Where'd I put my program?
Who's playing video games?
This class right here defines the text box I got right here.
Okay.
Well, actually, it's actually a special control. It has two text boxes, and I just switch out. This one's for like checking spelling, and this one's like for actual coding. So, because I can do stuff like indent.
Oh, that's great. It checks spelling on the fly, right, like that.
Yeah, my this other text box checks flying. It's actually two text boxes putting into one control.
Oh, that's dope, right there. That's efficient.
Now, are those native Windows elements, or are you using like HTML or something like that?
This is WPF.
Got you. So those are all like
desktop.
Windows.
This is pure desktop.
Yeah, those are like Windows like inputs and stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, the technical term. This is Windows Presentation Foundation software.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it's Windows UI written in DirectX, which is actually very beneficial because everything's based on a vector. To make a long story short, it's like you're writing your program in something like Illustrator, and you can really bend the rules. You know, all the rules of a vector apply to most shapes, and you can take advantage of that. So
So it's better than like a script, basically, to do that same function.
This is compiled. This is this is actually a C#.
Okay, that's in sharp. Okay, cool.
Vector meaning like you could like change the style or the look of the thing you're programming however you want.
Right. Yeah, you could literally change the style to whatever you want. And let me have my toolbar there.
You were saying that you was able to auto populate for your YouTube descriptions and titles and stuff as well with that.
Yeah, I could type it up before I even get to the YouTube screen. Let me go to social media. Yeah, I just type it up before I even get to the YouTube stream, and then once I upload the video, I fill out the information, like the description, and then your tags right here.
Okay, I got you. Oh, that's dope right there, bro. That way, it takes a lot of time too, man. It's time saving.
I use notes, when I'm actually doing a video or a live stream. I'll put notes right here and just read them while I'm on live. I even got different fonts for them and stuff.
No, yeah, that's dope.
That's good when you create it like a software and then you're using it as you're creating it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of companies call that eating your own dog food, right? So it's like
it works.
a lot. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because while you're using it, you run into like situation like, oh man, this could be better, or you run into different issues, rather than, you know, you're just creating something that you might not be using yourself, and you might not know how user friendly it is, you know.
And also, I actually have it set up so when I'm finished working on something, I can just close the program out, and it automatically saves it to a JSON file, and my data will still be there when I come back.
AB, since you pretty good with this C#, man, I've been seeing a lot of people doing some stuff. I'll ask you because I think you would probably have a better answer. I've seen some stuff online now where a lot of the day traders use it, and it's been a real first party proprietary type of deal in the last 50 years. But now, since the element of AI is being able to be generated, they're starting to use some of these codes with some of these learning algorithms that actually do the trading as well, where you put in the solutions and it learns basically the ups, the downs. Have you looked into any of that as far as like coding something that would actually be able to look at the market? It could be crypto or the regular market.
No, I haven't looked at anything like that, but I can tell you what it's called. It's called machine learning. You teach it to learn how you do stuff. That's how you got stuff like ChatGPT and stuff like that. But the type of program you're talking about is called machine learning.
Because I was looking at it and trying to just make it and compile one just specifically for options, because a buddy of mine does options, and he said that he's like 95% alpha trading basically. And I'm like, man, hey, look, let's see if we can automate that. And I was actually looking into it, and then lo and behold, I started seeing a lot of guys pop up, in the algorithm that was doing some stuff like that. And I was like, man, they're using the AI to do it, but I was just basically trying to make the solution based on a proven
it depends. And don't get it twisted. I am using AI for certain stuff. Like I'm paying for GitHub Copilot, and that works wonders. It actually reads your coding patterns and helps you code a lot faster.
Okay, that's on GitHub, you said?
Yeah, GitHub Copilot.
Got it.
And it's actually integrated into Visual Studio, and it helps you code a lot faster.
Yeah, Van Jones, like what you're talking about, that sounds pretty interesting. I would probably get on Reddit or something, because you can probably find a thread where they're going to give you at least more specifics. Because if you're talking about people who are trading options or stocks and they're using AI, then most likely, and I don't know much about this, if I were them, I would definitely hire someone who went to school or who's very well versed on LLMs and AI. And because you can't just, there's different things out there. There's Claude, there's ChatGPT, there's a bunch of different AIs, but they're only going to give you like, even if you're paying for the premium of ChatGPT, they're not going to let you necessarily use yesterday's or today's like trading information, because they know a lot of people are going to do that. So already you're going to probably have to get something you built or some open source LLM like Llama or something, right?
It plugs in the API. So you can, there's like, let's just use crypto, right? As example. So since crypto is like 24/7 all day, so you can use a lot of the data. They have an API on it. So then you feed the API into the, like Brother AB was saying, into the machine learning, right? And then have it just mock, give it a set amount of money to trade with, or a set amount of coins, let's say, to trade with, and you just let it go. And then you can add, the up and down. You can have it go for the middle. You can have it buy low, sell high. You can just give it all those different things and then run it and find out which one actually makes the money before you're actually using real money, if that makes sense.
Yeah, 100. Yeah, no, 100%. Like you can buy a certain amount of tokens with ChatGPT, right? And then you can use Python to send it through via the API. Like you can give it all the training data, and then it can give you like, okay, you can set the prompt and you can tell it, this is the information that I need. It sounds like you're already, got some information. I mean, I would A, do that shit yourself, and then B, that sounds like some great content to create on YouTube that can get you some solid cash, right? Even create a little course.
Yeah, I saw the algorithm. I went into a couple of them. It's on the ETH 4.0 network, and I saw them. They have a couple of algorithms. You actually have to buy them, which is important. What we're talking about is coding it, so we don't have to buy it. So I've seen the ones that you can buy, and they'll have their percentage, their annual percentage of what that is doing. So you will see some of them, they're getting 500%. Some of them are getting 1,500%. And they have some of them ungodly, at like, 7,000% or something crazy. I'm like, man, this is impossible, right? So then, you would think that because they're wanting you to buy this algorithm. So I went back and looked at the API. The good thing about the API being there is that you can go back and back check this. And then you can use the AI AB to actually back check it to see if that algorithm is actually working. Like what they're saying it is, because they're going to want you to pay a certain amount. And then as you're using the algorithm, you might get that. Let's say they was making, let's just say, it's based on what you invest, but let's just say he was making let's make it even. They're making $1,000 a day. The average trade is $35 or whatever. So the $35, that's your average winning. So if it's going like that, then you basically are getting that. So they want, well, if you use our algorithm, then we want, $300 out of that $1,000 a day that you get. And if you take them out of the equation and we code it ourselves, meaning you're going to code it yourself, you don't have to buy their algorithm. Now your winnings, you get closer to 100% versus, going out. And I've seen a lot of guys on YouTube, and I've gone down these paths, and all of them always go to, you got to buy this algorithm to get these results. And I'm like, man, you know what? Let's backtrack that and let's find that algorithm ourselves. And then put that in there where we don't have to pay them that money. And that's why I was trying to figure out, like, how would I go about coding something in that nature?
Have you even tried? So I would say have you tried buying any of their algorithms to just try them out?
I saw the one for 500%. And I was trying to figure out what would be the amount, because the normal amount of $500 or $1,000. So I was just like, let me try to make sure that this stuff is even legit. That's why I'm asking you guys these questions, because I see when anything has money attached to it, I want to ask somebody who does coding first before I just dump my money in there, and because I mine Bitcoin and I'm more of a miner. I'm not a trader. So I ask people, who is in the trading. That's what the guy with the options. I asked them, how will we go ahead and create something like this before I put my money in it, because it's all a money machine, is gambling.
No. I think there's a difference between stocks and gambling. There's a huge difference. It is there is a gambling element to stocks, but when you invest in funds and you're actually doing your research, it's definitely not gambling. But what I would say is, because there is no guarantee, like any bank or any investment fund will say, there's no guarantee when you give us your money that we can do anything for you, right? But I do think that these algorithms probably are working, right? Because I think they're trying to sell algorithms, right? They're not necessarily trying to get rich with the algorithm. So it's beneficial for them to create something that works. So and it's similar to, like, if you were trying to open up a restaurant, you wouldn't just open the restaurant and just like, I made these recipes, here you go. You would spend a year or two eating at a bunch of different restaurants, trying out their recipes to see what's good, what's not, before you did it. So you're gonna have to spend some money,
right? My point is that
you're not gonna be like, even if you went and got some coders that know AI, they're gonna need the domain knowledge of trading or whatever, and you're gonna have to work with them. And so what it would be beneficial for you to first try. I would just try out a couple of these algorithms and see if it even makes you money, right?
Well, that's why the mock money. You know what I'm saying? That's what I did with the mock money. So I basically backtracked it. I put the API to the test, and I put mock money. So you can do it, or you can actually put fake dollars. They allow you to do that. And then you can actually go back and see. And it really will make you mad sometimes, because my cousin was showing me this stuff with COVID. When they had shut down, I'm going to give you a perfect example. When they shut down the casinos in Vegas, funny we was talking about gambling. When they shut down the damn casinos in Vegas, and he went and found the casino is one particular group that owns like a 50% of a lot of casinos in Vegas, and the stock had plummeted. And they said, well, man, they got to get ready and open it back up. He had put the money in there, and it was mock, right? And they opened it back up, and he was like, man, dude, I made like 3 bands off like $700. And I was like, what? I said, how did you even know if you made it? He said, you have to use the mock money first, because but he missed that. Yeah, he missed it, because you have to put the money down, but you got to be ready to be able to lose that. So, in that terms is what I said. What I mean is gambling. But yeah, you got dividends, you got options, you can bet for it to go down, you can bet for it to go up. Yeah, the stock market is a beast for sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, that to me, I mean, again, it is kind of like gambling, but honestly, being more specific, it's risk, right? And that's why they tell you you're better off just trading with good index funds, because what the index funds does is spread it across 100 or so different well-performing stocks, right? And so some are going to go up, some are going to go down, but because you're betting on the best snapshot of the economy that you can sort of get, and because the American economy is always sort of going up, you're going to go up over time, right? But if you're just putting 1,000 on this one stock and 1,000 on another stock, if you're not paying good attention, you're going to lose, especially because you're competing against some of the best people in the world that have whole teams that are helping them, that have really tuned software. So as an individual, it's definitely an uphill battle to make money on individual stocks,
right?
You know what I mean?
You put your stop loss, right? You put your stop loss on there. I'm going to sell, up and until this point. The stop loss, you can program that into your algorithm. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I was basically trying to get a little knowledge on, basically on that. Like, is it possible to where we could create that algorithm to either use for multiple ways, either in the stock market, the money market index, or even for crypto, and then basically use our API to be able to find that, use the mock money, you know what I'm saying? Basically, so that you could be able to find out and train that algorithm. That's what I'm asking. Like, is it even worth it? Is what I was asking.
Is it worth it? It's possible, yes. Is it worth it? I mean, again, I think with AI, you got to remember it's data in, data out. So if you put in bad data, you're going to get bad results, right? And so a lot of these guys might have like historical data, access to things that you may or may not have. They may have a certain way that they're tailoring the data that they're pushing in to get certain results, right? And so again, like, I'm not a stock person. I mean, if Salchi were here, he'd probably have a better like grasp on this. But in my opinion, from my research, from what I've seen from reading Warren Buffett's or whatever, like, the only way you really win with the stock market is if you buy and you hold for a long time, right? And so the way I look at stocks are a slightly better form of a savings account. Like, if you can get 5% on your money, you're winning in the stock market, right? So like doing this thing where I'm putting in 500 and trying to get 2,000 in a short amount of time, like, yeah, that is basically gambling. But if you're just if you're just taking $500 every month, 1,000 every month, you're putting it in index funds, that will turn into hundreds of thousands of dollars in 10 years, right? And if you do 1,000 every month, that will turn into $1 million in about 15 to 20 years, right? And once you hit the threshold of $1 million, you start to get what Warren Buffett calls compound interest, which Albert Einstein called the strongest force in the universe, right? Because it's when you have a lot of money making money on itself, you start seeing the $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 every month just off of the money sitting in the account,
it's like
right?
a magnet.
It's like a magnet. So doing this game of like trying to make $500 off of 100 is a losing game. What you want to do is just be funneling as much money as you can into the markets. Like, for instance, what's the guy's name? There's one dude who basically talks about all of his savings money. He has maybe a couple $1 million. He doesn't have any of his money in any savings. He has all of it in the markets, right? And that money compounding. So in 10, 20 years, he's going to have tens of millions of dollars, right? But that's a risky thing because the market goes up and down. So the best way to look at it is like like that.
Right? And see, look, I come from the mining side of the crypto, right? So I've seen the ups and downs and just the crypto market itself, with Ethereum, with Bitcoin obviously being the biggest one, Doge, XRP, a lot of the other ones. What was the other one that was good? The Binance coin they had was pretty good. And I sat and I did mining. So when I was able to get all my Bitcoin, I was getting paid in BTC. So I would get paid in ETH sometimes, but most of the time I would take BTC because it was heavier, because it had more weight to it most of the time. And I was like, well, my point was, I was like, I wasn't a good trader in knowing where should I trade the money. I was more of, let's just stack it up. And then I would use that, I would basically, once I paid off all of my mining equipment, then I came into that, like, where do I trade? That was my main thing. It was like, let's get the mining money. So I came from that part of it, because a lot of people say, well, you're buying the Bitcoin, it goes up, it goes down. But at the end of the day, I'm going to make the mining profits regardless. So if it goes up, it goes down, doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, the more that they sell and the more that they buy, I make the money off the transaction. So I was just basically looking for someone who is more of a trader, because I'm not a trader. I'm more of I aggregate the mining. So I'm making the money, whether it's at $10,000 a coin or $70,000 a coin, I'm still making the Bitcoin representative. So that's what I was.
No, I think you're a little bit heavier in the game, because I'm not like crazy into Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm not heavy in the game like that either.
But for me, again, as a black man in America, and talking to other black men that might be listening to this, young or old, again, I think understanding how to make money in America from a wider net, not just talking about trading or Bitcoin, is the more important conversation. Because what I hate seeing happening is, like, you'll even see, you go in the bookstore and you go down the money aisle and you're like, how do I make money? And then you see a book by Tony Robbins. He's like, here's the best way to trade and make money. And like all of the rub that they're not telling you. And this is like, we all know this, but like we lie to ourselves and we don't realize it's like, it takes money to make money. And that's the law. That's like a physical law of the universe that you're never, especially in capitalism, that you're not going to be able to get around, right? And so, while I think Bitcoin is a great hedge against certain things, like it's worth putting maybe 10% of your money in it. A lot of money. When you're talking about Bitcoin, you got people who have millions of dollars. So yeah, I'm going to put $1 million into Bitcoin, and if it goes from 20,000 to 60,000, that means something, right? But if it goes down, that's only that's only a small percentage of my wealth that I've spread across, right? Like at the end of the day, there's finite ways to make money. Like it's having capital, right? Having like machinery that people rent out from you, that you like, land, stuff like that. It's having intellectual property. It's having a lot of money that you can loan or invest, right? And then there's like a couple other things, right? Like it's working. Right. But like, so as black men in America, we have to be honest about what are the real options of us to be able to make money in a sustainable manner over a long period of time. Right. And most of the time, in order to make money off of things like Bitcoin and stocks, it's putting a little bit of your money in it over a long period of time. There is like, unless you bought Bitcoin when it was $1, and fine, if you bought $1,000 worth of Bitcoin at that time and then it jumped up to 20K, yeah, you're doing good. But that doesn't exist anymore. So even if it's at 60K now, right? Like, fine, put $10,000 into it.
Yeah.
And if it
The
jumps
last time
up to
it got
120,000, you've made,
the last time
20K.
it got low, the last time it got low was right on the onset when COVID got there. And I think I could remember it went down to 9, and then it went steeply down to like $3,000 for a while.
Fellas, I'm getting ready to shut down. But good conversation though.
All right, yeah, for sure.
But no doubt. But that was the last time though, where I was saying, like, as far as the buy-in, where it would make sense on that level. And that's what the deal where I figured the mining was better, because I'm able monthly, I can sit and know how much money I'm going to make, can use that. Okay, we want to bring the rig up to a higher hash rate. I can take the money that is already being made, guaranteed. And then also with the power price, the lower the power price, the more so that you'll make the money. So, it's all, in there. And like, that's not one, like you said, the egg, you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. That makes sense, man. So land and, intellectual property, even like AB, like you doing with that, man, that's cool. Man, look, you're making something and you don't got no errors right now, but you putting them together. That would be something that, hey, man, brother, if you would say, hey, man, I would sell you something like that, I would buy it from you, because it's a tool that actually makes money. That's IP. You know what I'm saying? That's intellectual property. Hey, this is AB Studio. You want to do X, Y, Z, and it's spell check. We got YouTube. You can do all these different things with it, and you could sell it. That's IP. So, that's what I was thinking. Like, brothers with like mine, we got to support the brothers who actually do these type of things. And you know what I'm saying, brother? I appreciate what you're doing, man. Like I say, if I can help you out, brother, and like I say, I'll be glad too, man. If you put that up, for sale, if you put on GitHub or a donation, I definitely buy it, man. 1,000%.
All right. I'd like to thank everybody that came through. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.
Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified the next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.